from the legends of memory and storage. Crucial brings you the ultimate performance in gaming. Legendary products. Precision engineered. For speed and stability. Crucial ballistics.
Welcome everyone. You're watching AMD Ryzen and Windows 11 present Esports Club Challenger Series for Valorant, powered by Crucial alongside our broadcast partner Loco. I'm CCV, joined alongside Aggressive, and today we are bringing to you another set of matches here in the group stages. After filtering through hundreds and hundreds of teams, over 1,000 players that registered for the Challenger Series, we have now narrowed it down to the 8 best teams in South Asia currently, all vying for the same share of the prize pool, all vying for the top 4 spots so that they can get themselves into the LAN taking place in August 12th, 13th, and 14th of August in Bangalore. It's going to be an amazing event. The Esports Club Arena that we have, you know, the tickets are free. First of all, you can scan the QR code right here in front of your screens, or you can go in the description, you can check the pinned comment. There are many links, all for you, the viewer, to get your hands on those tickets as soon as possible, so you do not have any hassles, so you can be there at the arena, because we have just so much content lined up apart from the Challenger Series. Aggressive, why don't you mention a couple of the other things we have at the Esports Club Arena?
Don't forget, we have the cosplay competitions. We have other community tournaments, not just for Valorant only. The Valorant community tournament's going to be massive. You know that's going to be the case. But you got to remember, you need to be on the venue and you need to have all of your friends together at that spot if you want to play in that tournament. A prize pool of 1.5 lakhs is something that you do not want to miss. And that tournament's going to be massive. But other than Valorant, we have other esports titles as well, and we'll be hosting a bunch of tournaments for that. But at the end of the day, we know for a fact that a lot of people will be showing up for the grand finals of the Challenger Series. A prize pool of 7.5 lakhs is on the line for the first place position. The finals will be held there in Bangalore on the 14th, I do believe, right at the very end will be the grand finals.
Yeah.
So you don't want to miss it. Even if you're not coming just for the grand finals, that is how you close out a LAN event. That is what we're there for. And honestly, the journey there is going to be incredible. Make sure to set everything up for the LAN event. Don't forget about it. Cosplay competitions, community tournaments. You can meet and greet your favorite streamers and professional players. You won't get this type of an opportunity again for months upon end. This is not an easy feat to do. And the fact that TEC is able to do it with our beautiful sponsors back at AMD Ryzen, of course, crucial. You have to be there just to show the level of appreciation
Indeed.
to our sponsors, and they're going to give you even more back if you show that level of appreciation. They're going to give massive discounts on products and everything, but for now, there's no discounts here. We're going to give you the best possible bang for your buck with these today's matchups. So let's head on down over in the dashboard and see exactly who will be playing. And Reckoning going up against Lethal to start us off.
Ooh.
I think that it's a pretty classic one at that, because Reckoning, up and coming roster, they made a resurgence from the ashes once more, while Lethal, they've
Yeah.
been at that steady pace. They've been going back and forth, but they've been stagnant. And hopefully by taking out Reckoning, they can move on to the next phase of their plan.
Exactly. It's been two different journeys for these teams, where Reckoning constantly making a name for themselves, having their ups and downs. Lethal with the roster changes that they've made, the boot camp that they have, all the players joining into the team, everything. They still want to be that established position. So Reckoning, they want to try and get into the position of Lethal Esports. Lethal Esports, they also want to try and get in the position of, say, another team like Orangutan, with their whole bravado and with what they're trying to achieve. Which also brings us to the next game that we will have at 8 p.m. IST today. Medal Esports against Orangutan. This is also going to be a banger. I mean, yesterday, after seeing what OG managed to do against the side of Anari Army, those two maps in that BO3 really curb storm victories. Orangutan are looking very, very strong. But if Medal can be that chink in the armor. With their unpredictable plays, they can overturn and they can have this upset victory. It's going to be largely beneficial for their side in order for them to secure a spot in the LAN event taking place. But enough about the second matchup. There's going to be plenty of discussions alongside the actual best of three taking place at 8 p.m. For now, we bring our attention back to Reckoning Esports against Lethal Esports. It is going to be a best of three. Three different maps. These players as well, they're quite known in the community, both for RGE and for Lethal. Everyone knows the players, the lineups, exactly what they go for, what their play style is. So countering against each other, it does fall down to the veto, and that's the biggest question that we are going to have, is there going to be anything different taking place during that veto, or are we going to see any major maps we particularly don't see from these teams? Reckoning, you always know Icebox, Ascent, Haven, just the common maps. Even for Lethal, those are the common maps as well. But anything out of the ordinary can really be very substantial. So, without any further ado, now let's move on forward and let's have a look at the veto. Let's have a look at exactly what maps we'll be seeing today.
I think the map selection is possibly the most important concept for both of these teams to get a hold of. Lethal has a
Mhm.
pretty wide ranging map. And when the maps for them are so versatile, Reckoning, they need to adapt, they need to learn, and they, of course, need to try and fit into those particular maps. And for Fracture, honestly, I feel a little bit scared for the members of Reckoning.
Exactly.
This is not one of their best maps. Historically, they had very horrible runs on this particular map where their losses have ranged from a 13 and 2, a 13 and 4 in lost a lot of different cases. And Reckoning being in such position, they could face that same loss against because Lethal on this map, they're the most comfortable here. This is their best map, hands down statistically. And Reckoning being sent here right off the get-go, even if Icebox will be a much more calmer affair for them, where they have a lot more control against Lethal, the mark left by Fracture could even be felt over on the other end.
It can be, and then we move on forward to Bind. Now, I'm not doubting Reckoning Esports on Bind just yet. We've seen good plays from their
Yeah,
side.
they're
It's still
incredible
one
on
of
Bond.
their, yeah, it's one of their moderately played maps. It's not completely at the bottom like Fracture. I mean, if you don't count Pearl, which of course, as of now, many teams don't, since it's still very, very new. Fracture is the least played map that Reckoning have in their arsenal. So keeping that in mind, it's going to be a whole lot more difficult for their side and dealing and playing that map, nevertheless, against the side of Lethal Esports, who are constantly picking this map time and time again. I mean, the last match we saw for Lethal here in the Challenger Series, all the way back in qualifier number one, they ended up defeating Medal in a 2-1 best of three win. The final map was Fracture. Lethal barely managed to take out a win 13-11, but that was also against Medal. If Lethal can do that, and if and considering that if they've had such a long break in between that, surely they must have thought over their strategy. Surely they must have rectified their mistakes, refined their overall gameplay, and have just become a better squad on a Fracture. So it does, make a couple of doubts in my mind for Reckoning. Is that will they be able to cope up with Fracture? Even if they can't, Icebox is a great pick. But then we land on forward to Bind. And I still remember in the Esports Club Community Cup that we had over a month ago or so, the map where Lethal Esports absolutely annihilated the side of Revenant Esports on Bind. It was 13-5. It was that triple initiator kind of play, and it worked brilliantly. The Sky, the Fade,
Right.
and the Breach together in unison. Yeah, they did a phenomenal job of getting the information, tranquilizing the opponents as well, concussing them, and eventually all of them were killed. Revenant, although they found their own counters, RNT also bringing out the Astra Viper Sage kind of lineups later down the road, it still means that Lethal have a very good, strong, like grip over that map. So seeing this best of three, my early thoughts without seeing the matchup, without seeing both of these rosters against each other, has to be that Lethal just have the slightest advantage considering Bind can go in their favor, but it's up to Reckoning to change all our minds, and it's up to Reckoning to change the course of this BO3 as well.
Honestly, from what I see, Reckoning, they are in contention for map number two, but map number one, I just can't. Statistically, CCV, you can back me up on this. It's not just a bias
Mhm.
here in any way. We are looking at
Yeah,
the numbers, we are looking at their previous
historical
records,
data.
and
Exactly.
also we are looking at Reckoning as a team. They don't really perform well on maps that have such massive scales. They're a team that are perfect for close proximity maps where they can easily play off of each other. They can utilize their raw mechanical skill and put it on the forefront, and they can easily turn around just by being in the right position when it comes down to trades. The one thing I love about Reckoning is their trade potential is phenomenal. They know how to trade really well, they know how to trade really
Yeah.
quickly whenever one player goes down, and that's their advantage. That's why they're so strong on maps such as Bind and Icebox, which favors trade potential because on Icebox you have multiple different angles that you can hold, and each angle has three different positions that you need to clear. So even if you take out one player,
Right.
someone will possibly be holding from the other angle, and that's what Reckoning always try to employ whenever they go in for their icebox strategies. Now, good try from Reckoning to maybe take away the map of icebox. This is a possibility of going down over onto three maps, but it really does depend on how Lethal get out of the gates for map number one. Lethal, a very momentum based team in a lot of different ways. Sensei, a
Mhm.
very phenomenal player, yes, but he tends to have a slow start from time to time. And when he has that slow start, he can't really pick himself back up until maybe the second map or at the very end of the game where he finally has a resurgence in his mechanical
Yeah.
skill. And of course, the way that he moves around the map. Confidence is key for Lethal. And if that confidence is able to be shut down early on by Reckoning, then Reckoning can easily take this one away too. The first map holds a lot of pressure for Reckoning on their side because Lethal, they're the ones to win this. They're highly confident on this map. This is their home take, but Reckoning, they could have also done their homework. And as a team, they have been evolving, they have been adapting, but this map just, I can't get behind it. I just can't from an analytical perspective.
True. Yeah, it's the fact that for Reckoning as well, the couple of matches that we've seen from their side, it's not been the best. For Lethal, they've always been improving here. I think the last time, yeah, again, bringing up the matchup they played against Medal, a couple of days ago here in the Challenger Series only, they had brought out the double initiator with the Neon on Fracture. The Neon has been getting a lot of relevance in plenty of maps. Now, the resurgence is definitely there. And,
True, true, true.
more and more teams are getting comfortable. It's not like Neon hasn't been in the meta, quote unquote. It's more about the teams and the players, especially the duelist, the dive agent. Is that player, he or she, are they comfortable with the Neon? Some of them surely can be. Some of them still like to go on the older ways of the Jet, maybe the Rays and whatnot. But if the Neon is there, then definitely she'll have a lot to say during the map and she'll have a lot to do. So keeping that in mind, Lethal will 100% be going for the Neon double initiator pick yet again. I think it's Breach and KO they usually go for. And in terms of controller, I mean, it's Fracture. You're now going to deviate away from a Brimstone, plain and simple. And I think it's Chamber, yeah. It's Sensei usually on the Chamber, or even Marzel has been taking up that responsibility, which is the next point I have for Lethal. Is that who exactly, like, what kind of finalization are they looking for when it comes to this Chamber pickup? Is it going to be left on to Sensei, or is Marzel the player who has been playing Chamber for past couple of the games? Is he going to pick it up? Because yeah, that's something that Lethal definitely have to figure out and make sure they keep it steady. If they want to go
True.
for this fluctuating kind of style where some days it's Marzel, some days it's Sensei, yes, it can work, but it's an added risk. It's like you're making your team dynamic, yeah, but then again, you're also shaking things up at the very last moment during the agent selection screen, and so much of it depends on the player's performance and whatnot. Like if you have the controller, you know that player is going to play the Brimstone, you know that player is going to play the Viper, Omen, Astra, whatever. Plain and simple. No matter if he's having a bad day, if he's having a good day, he is going to be on the controller that's there. But if you're shaking things up, then you have to take into consideration so many more things: the team morale, player performances. As the Chamber, you want to take a lot of those gunfights. Your flicks have to land. I mean, only yesterday from Orangutan, we saw Shooter on that Chamber, and good God, the amount of
It was
flicks
a
he got.
demon,
Eh,
man.
Exactly, exactly. So you need to make sure your shots are landing as well. So keeping that in mind, yeah, Sensei or Marzel, what the finalization is going to be, that's something I want to look forward
Yep.
to. But also for Reckoning, what kind of composition are they looking for? Is it going to be double initiators or maybe something different? The map of Fracture also runs into that double sentinel kind of play where you see the Sage in chamber. We saw Medal Esports pick it previously. So without any further ado, let's jump into the map and let's start off the agent selection process.
Okay. Yeah, just as you expected, it was the double sentinel composition coming in. Stays in chamber, pretty much, I would say, a very standard European composition. We've seen this being played by FPX in the Masters Berlin, of course, and
Yeah.
in ways, not Berlin, Copenhagen. Sorry. I'm always still thinking about Berlin because after what happened to happened to PaperX. It's just incredible
Hmm.
the runs that they were going in
Oh,
for Copenhagen
absolutely.
as well. But moving on back from that, looking back at the composition, the main strength of this comp is that you can control the way that the attackers try to enter sites. And when you have
Hmm.
this, it's just incredible to see in more ways than one. But on the other side of the spectrum, looking at Lethal, they're going in for a much more standard double initiator based composition, a composition that really does allow them to have more control over on the attacking side and also on the defense. Now, Reckoning, maybe they're putting all of their eggs in one basket, and if they trip and fall, yeah, they're gonna have nothing left because this double sentinel composition needs to work on the defensive side. And if they don't have a strong start,
Absolutely.
their attacking side will be the most difficult one for them to try and take up everything. Oh,
100%. Although it's going to be Marzel with the initial kill, Android with another. It's not even been 7 seconds into the map, and Lethal Esports, they've got 2 kills to their name. Oh, oh, for Reckoning, this can get very, very difficult, but we know Fracture can do that. As for now, Lethal smart strategy, everyone falls back from A main, everyone retreats from halls, goes back towards the B bomb side, but Reckoning have caught them in the act. The counter utility comes through from Brimstone, and Android has to make the choice. No utility for him, no walls, no concussions. Does he push this? Bad luck, he's got his knife out. He's going towards Pillow. Pixels is still in the bomb side, and it is going to be a full-on execute from the attackers. Yet again, Pixels looking for a duel. Now it's going to be bad luck from Towers. Will be good for 2. But that's about it. Reckoning are down to their final player. The spike now goes down.
Okay, quick break.
good God. That's a pretty rough start, man. You really don't want to pick up a bad show right off the get-go, especially with the double sentinel composition. But again, this composition does rely on utility a lot more. They were a bit lackluster in the amount of utility that they did have. The Sage Wall came in a bit too early as well for my own liking. Maybe they could have used it reactively instead. A lot of different factors that Reckoning could not really take a hold of. Lethal, though, they're coming out of the gates running. And whenever stuff like this happens, you are afraid that maybe they're gonna trip and fall. Look at Android already towards sad CCP. This man knows no chill.
I mean, in this situation, the side of Lethal, they just want to exploit the situation to the maximum. They know they've got the better guns as well. They can take those gunfights. Sensei already does. That's a double for him. Deadly 10. Still towards a drop. Now, okay, he'll be good for 1. So he takes down Android, but in doing so, reveals his position to far too many of the attackers than he'll be able to handle for the time being. And yet again, Lethal Esports, they've taken A-side control. Mars is on a low watch flank kind of thing from the B-bomb side, but Pixels is already here. Yet again, in the same position where Deadly 10 died, is going to
Nice
the
shot.
body of Brimstone dropping, but
Spike planted.
Rio wants more. Rio is not going to stay calm for this round.
Shame you had to
Marzel
die,
on alert,
but
though.
you are not
Already towards the back, catches him off guard, and that's gonna be another one for the members of Lethal. Pretty standard, but Reckoning, they did take out 2 guns, so pretty decent on the equal round. If they were able to deny the
Exactly.
plan, maybe it could have been better, but Hakuna Matata, you work what you get. So, for now, Lethal, pretty good positions, pretty good spots, nothing much to talk about here. But now with the buy rounds coming in and a semi bonus, I would say, for the members of Lethal, let's see what their plan is moving down the line. They are carrying forward a Bulldog that they did buy in the previous round, so they have some firepower to go up against the rifles, but it won't be as simple as you would have hoped for, because Android, he's actually going in for the full buy. Now this could either backfire or it could be the best play that they could ever make. But look at Reckoning. They're pushing up towards A main. That's so perfect. They're trying to catch them off guard. Look at the push from... Oh god.
Yeah, they want to close off the attackers. Cybele will be good for one. Sensei, Pop Flash is the only one towards this dish area. He's got to stay alive. His teammates are down. He needs reinforcements. He needs the support. And this is where Lucia comes in from the backstab, from the flank. The Brimstone, so much potential. But the spike goes down alongside the body of KO. Sensei needed to buy just a little bit more time to bait out these defenders. And now Lucia is all alone. The Bulldog still works thanks to the stim beacon buffing it up. Now the Brimstone departs in this round and Marcel can't do much by himself. So first round victory for Reckoning Esports. Lethal Esports, yeah, they got caught in the trap of the defenders and their rotations just weren't quick enough, sadly.
Let's see, Reckoning, they played that so beautifully. A push from the side of A main and also another push coming in from Arcade. That was not expected at all. That bench push came in so quickly that the members of Lethal, they just got caught in a corner. Everyone pushed out on Dish. A lot of noise was heard towards Dish as well. And that's what instigated the push from B main. That was not B main, sorry, B Arcade. That was absolutely gorgeous to watch. And Reckoning, they're showing adaptability, and I like that. Because now they have an understanding of exactly Lethal are trying to play around with. And when you have something like this on your side, this could easily go down over onto overtime. What do you think, Sis?
It could, but the side of, Reckoning, they've got to keep this up. They've got to make sure that they keep on delivering for plays like these, and they keep on making sure that, every single time, in a way or so, they're able to outsmart or outgun the likes of Lethal Esports. So keeping that in mind, yeah, excellent round from their side. Really, really lovely. But Lethal may have that counter ready. They may figure out that, okay, if the defenders are huddled up together, if they're moving in groups of like 2 and 3, I mean, that's what we're seeing right now, It's not a very spread out defense from Reckoning. They are playing for the trades, which on attack really works, but on defense, it can be a little bit of a liability if you are not careful, if you're not situationally aware, which thankfully for Reckoning and for all of their fans, they have been so far. But again, look at this. 2-man setup towards Dish, remaining three players on the B-bomb side. No one is watching Halls, and this is the one problem with that. Android is able to be posted up towards Halls so rapidly. This is the problem. Like I just said, you have to be situationally aware if you're playing for trades on defense. For Reckoning Esports, they definitely know it's going to be an 8-8. Deadliton gets back into the bomb side from drop, but now Rio is eliminated. What a timing from Marcel, and Letha already in the side.
Ooh, Deadly, he nearly got his head chopped off. Marcel, he missed a very crucial shot there. Did get caught off guard, but still, 4 versus 4 situation. Marcel died, but he did his best here. He got the chamber, so it's a 1-for-1 trade. Cybele on the other side, trying to hold down the flank. Pixels, if he makes any noise, that's gonna be a catch! No, Pixels! He tried to place a sky smoke down, and he's gonna get caught out by Cybele. That's a big hit, and now they're just stuck. A flash comes in from the sidelines, trying to survive. It's gonna be Sensei. Does get caught out by the stun, but still he's able to hold. And right over from the side, catching up Bad Luck with the orbital strike. Lucia takes the final fry. Like that. A 1-3. Lethal. A very dominant start for this buy round.
It was. I mean, for Lethal Esports, we just saw the fact that they had 4 of their members towards A main and, yeah, Reckoning Esports. I know I just said this, but the previous round, I mean, it was a great example of that. What I was trying to convey is that you got to be aware of all your surroundings. Fracture, it's a very, it's a map that takes a lot out of you, like in terms of your brain power as well. You have to think a lot because there are just so many methods and points of attack for these attackers and avenues to focus from, not just northern side, but from the south as well. And right now, it's going to be a B main execute that the attackers will be looking for. Rio, he is suppressed, can't use the Torre Force just yet with the shorty. Android encounters the Brimstone, but only temporarily. The Neon backs off. The Chamber has no choice but to use that ultimate, but it will go in vain. As Pixel has to take the angle. He goes down. It's the counter Torre Force from Marzel that strikes onto the Neon. It's the Neon of Reckoning Esports now. Bad Love is also eliminated by Android. So yeah, only lost one player. That's another anti-eco done.
Not really any form of an advantage for the defense. They're just stuck between a rock and hard place there. Honestly, I believe that the Brimstone could have gotten one kill. That shorty nearly took down Android. If that was one more kill for them, then the defense pretty much won out on this. Had a couple of frags with the eco weapons that they did have, but at the end of the day, Pixels was just not able to find it. Loss coming in from the side of Lethal. But for Lethal, they're in a pretty good spot. They're showing their comfortability on this map, but Reckoning, they're trying to adapt and they're learning how to play as they're going forward. You have to remember, ladies and gentlemen, this is not their best map, so we are not putting any form of an expectation on them, but there has to be a bare minimum coming in from your team, correct? Otherwise, you can't be called professional in that sense, because one map has to be there. You need to show some resemblance of you being able to play this map. Otherwise, wouldn't it have been better to just ban it out entirely? Because whenever you let a map go through, it means you have a general idea of that map at least. But for Fracture, I don't know. The fact that they let this map through is still a bit of a question mark in my head.
Yeah, the map the Reckoning banned was Breeze, which was the initial ban. So the veto started out with Lethal Esports banning on the map of Haven. Makes a lot of sense, for Reckoning. It's a particular strength of this. And I always say this, is that it's not a strength for the current Reckoning roster. Somehow, Haven has been a favorite map of the Reckoning Esports organization. And the reason I say that is because ever since, even the previous iterations of Reckoning outs that we have had and their previous rosters, even for some reason, those guys love to play on the map of Haven. And it was a particular liking of theirs. But now it's turned to a whole nother level. So it makes sense why Lethal banned it out. Reckoning then went for the Breeze ban. So in their heads, they felt banning Breeze was a lot more effective. But keeping that in mind, having a look right here, Breeze, yeah, makes sense. It's also one of their lesser played maps, but for a fact that the likes of Lethal, they love to play on Fracture, and they've had very close but wins nonetheless recently here in the Challenger series. So it's still a bit doubtful why Reckoning let it through, but in a way, it's understandable. The last time we saw Lethal here, like I said, it was a 13-11 against Medal. Maybe Reckoning were thinking, if we pull off a similar, double sentinel kind of lineup, maybe this time we can push it into overtime. Maybe this time we can get it a victory of ours as well. Maybe we can defeat them. But yeah, Reckoning here are playing the long game. They want to focus on the second map, their own map pick of Icebox, and then try to close it out on Bind. But it's still going to be quite difficult.
Yeah, to take down Lethal like that, it's not an easy feat. Lethal have been on the rise. They're, in my eyes, okay, I'm going to say something controversial. I'm going to say Lethal's in the top 5 over. Easily in the top 5 in our region. They can get to the 4th position sometimes here and there if they're feeling themselves a little bit more. But you can argue with me on that because Revenant, they're also on the rise. Medal, they've been improving drastically.
But now it's Revenant and Lethal fighting for that 5th place. Like, yeah, if
Who do
I
you
think
think is
about
going to
it.
go over to the 4th?
Huh?
Who do you think is going to go over to the 4th?
Orangutan. I mean, with the way they've been playing, it's likely. But yeah, I mean, I still need to see them against.
You know that as well.
Fair. Yeah.
After that loss against Revenant or OG, yeah, they've been looking pretty good with their recent additions. Come on, it's Ember on their team.
Exactly.
But again, moving on back from that, we gotta talk about this game though. Oh god. Alright, the action already started. It is gonna be Pixel trying to do some damage here over from the side. A little bit of an up. easy, but still Marzel's gonna be able to find the refrag over on Exos. Good shots coming in from either side, and oh good god, straight through the smoke. Oral Hurst didn't even know what hit him. Marzel very much alive, even with the 33 HP, can still cause a good amount of damage, but Reckoning they know better. They're gonna instantly run away, save that operator on Rio. Well, Deadly, he's in a tough spot. The poor guy's not even found a single engagement here on that Neon. They've been circumventing him quite well throughout this entire game. And whenever you're able to dodge one of the star players of your opponent team, that just puts a massive damper on you.
Trap destroyed.
How did that miss?
Oh, position given away. That's Rio gone. Deadly alone. Lucia. Excellent double kill. And there was also, you know, Sensei with that fragment ready. Oh no, the Vandal, the operator gone, and another round gone in the hands of Lethal. Mind you, that's also going to be quite it's going to be a sting for the side of Reckoning. If you have a look at their side, economically not the best. All right, you know, something good. They've got a couple of ultimates to work with. You know, Deadly 10, he's got it. Orbital Strike is present, so they can try to deal some damage to Lethal. But even right now, Grayson, with how Lethal are playing, winning this round or winning multiple rounds for Reckoning is going to be so much more difficult. Speaking of Neon Alts, it's Android. Previously, we know the amount of willpower this Neon brings, and already Android is in enemy territory. He's found one kill, you know, gotten all that map control for his teammates to swing by, get the spike down. Now he can just simply move on forward, still use that overdrive in perfect unison. He spots Bad Love, looking for the kill. Oh, he's waiting.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, Bad Love back. Trying to hit that shot with the Marshall is not an easy feat, but Bad Love, he's just so good with it when he finally finds those frags. Reigning supreme, reigning true. If he found that kill on the sidewall, that would have been perfect. Android was at 1 HP to the Marshall. Could have happened, dude. The possibility of a comeback was there, but they're losing out on so many rounds consecutively that now looking at the bank of Lethal, they have nothing to worry about for the following consecutive rounds. They can easily finish off this half. And even if they lose every single round from here, they'll still have enough money to go in for buys at the last round.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Lethal, they've got a huge advantage right now. Economically, they've had their savings, everything works, and now Android, he's stuck between a rock and a hard place. Where does he go? Does he break the stage wall? Well, his teammates are going to do that job for him, but Deadly 10, he is the initial defender. Next to it, Bad Love holding this cheeky angle now. With the sage wall gone, he's a lot more vulnerable. And here you see from Dish, Marzel can strike. Now, no one in Reckoning is looking towards Dish. All three of the defenders are pushing towards A main. Wait, why exactly are they pushing towards A main? Because two of those members are gone. You still have to reach Harsh on the side. And yeah, this is what I was talking about. All three of the defenders were focused on A main. Marzel simply dropped in. I don't know what happened.
Enemy remaining.
Mission impossible. Dun 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 dun. Okay, Rio. Time for you to pull off the impossible. As the operator shot over onto one, but that's it. And now he's just in a pretty bad spot. Marzel, he's already in contention, and Rio, he has no idea what's waiting for him here. If he finds a shot though, that's gonna be a risk breaker of a play.
Left.
And Rio now, all he has to do is just wait. He's trying to save his operator, and Marcel going in for the full-on wrap around. This is why you just stay in the angle for as long as you can. Don't need to push. Just have to wait.
Yeah. Don't get timing. Happens to the best of us. But right now, for Rio, he's still ready to sacrifice himself. Even though he's got the operator, he doesn't mind going into the bomb side, potentially looking to isolate more frags. And he may have an opportunity, but those 3 bullets in the chamber better be worth it. Now, 1 kill. Now Lucia takes him down, and it's going to be the 7th round for Lethal Esports. Yet again, a high risk, high reward play from Reckoning, with all 3 of their members pushing from A main. But this is the thing that just bit me the wrong way, is that why go for it? I know they use their ult. I know they went for a major play right there. I believe with the Rolling Thunder as well. But still, It wasn't necessary. And the fact that no one was looking towards drop, which allowed Marzel to just swing into the bomb side, means that it was yeah, was not again situationally aware from RGE.
Awareness as well. Just look at the way they're reckoning. They're playing maybe a bit too aggressive again. Defensive playstyle would help them so much more, but again, battle of going down early, that's a pretty tough one to be in. Hers on the back end, he does have a sheriff in his hand. Doesn't find the first initial shot. Crosshair placement was good, but the swing coming in from the members of Lethal were just so much more precise. Marzel again, trying to be in congestion. Comes in with the refrag off. Over onto one, but Deadly, beautiful taps over onto two, shutting things down and easily taking the lead back for his team. Deadly, he holds it down strong, looking for the quad draw. He's not going to be able to get it though, Sensei. Just better on the trigger. And it's all up to Marzel to try and clutch out this round. Yes, such a beautiful flank. The timing's there, but Rio, a lot more wiser than his years, takes it away and a 7-2. Very well done from Reckoning, but this marathon is not yet over. They've given a massive lead away to the members of Lethal, and they have enough of an economy to keep on buying for the following consecutive rounds, even if they lose. So to break the bank, it's going to be a pretty hefty feat, but with this pause and the momentum break, I do believe that they have an opportunity to push their way forward even more.
Yeah, they've got to discuss a lot about what exactly is happening. And yeah, I mean, you've mentioned some excellent points, Agi, that not only the fact that, you know, for the side of Reckoning, is that Lethal have built that lead to an extent that even if they lose the next rounds consecutively in the first half, they'll still keep the advantage. It's also about the composition. I mean, for now, Reckoning, double Sentinel on defense favors them heavily, but the fact that they're not able to get the advantage, let alone after the side swap takes place, they'll be a lot weaker. With the Sage in Chamber executing into the bomb sites means that, yeah, right now, Mahogany, he's got a lot to talk to the players, and he's got a lot to tell the team as well. But, you know, you just have to keep, I mean, yeah, everyone, you know, just try to put yourself in the shoes of Reckoning with how this map is going, and we can understand the kind of dilemmas they're facing, either by being too passive, the side of Lethal are just going to get in your face and, you know, push up forward, kill every single player. If you are aggressive, you then lose out a bit of that map control and situationally aware, also not quite aware. They have to have that fine balance, and right now they've got that balance. They get the initial, it gets straight out, orbital strike through, gets one, Sensei's gone, Cybele departs, and now the defenders have the advantage. Beautiful defense from their side.
That was very smart from their end. The level of utility usage was perfect, and they got the read over onto the arcade push. That is not a common push angle at all to go in for a 5-man arcade rush, but the way that they were able to answer was perfect there. Marzel to the force in hand. Such a dangerous player when he has a sniper rifle. And now he's looking for the contention and the fight. No scope possibly over on the other side, but no! Excels! That's a pretty hefty miss there, buddy. That's going to be a costly one, but Marzel's still very much alive. Pushing through his own plays, but doesn't scope in.
He doesn't need the scope. He's Marzel. Anyways, now another good defense from Reckoning. This is now Lethal getting a little too complacent with their plays. I mean, okay, if one player goes down, even if it is Android, the entry fragger, the spearhead of the attack, still take a step back, retreat, and then only then move on forward after analyzing the entire situation, after in the aftermath of all of those kills that took place. But Lethal, they're trying to brute force their way in. I mean, again, they want to go for this B-take. Stim Beacon goes through, concussions from Android, slow orb, that's good. Smoke, even better. Yeah, this halts the attack completely. Very smart, but it's going to be the Rolling Thunder brought out from the side of Lethal Esports. They're ready, but so many of their members already go down. Sensei down, but not outstage. Lucia completely eliminated. And yet again, the attackers have no choice but to retreat. Reckoning are looking so much better now.
Remember what I said, the strengths of its composition is take control and change the flow of how the attackers play?
Exactly.
That is what the members of Reckoning were missing. Composition now played down to perfection, and I do believe after getting a pep talk from the coach, they finally understood what they were doing wrong. Comms are a lot more clear. The way that they're handling the site aggression is a lot better as well. And when you have this level of control, the attackers, they can't really corral their way into any form of an advantage. But the attacking side still very much difficult for them to find, but doesn't even matter because Bad Love, he has his raw mechanical skill to carry him forward even more. Sensei, flash in hand, pops it out, trying to jump one straight in, does find the first, but I don't think he's gonna be able to find anything more than that. Sensei though, okay, beautiful, maybe a clutch coming in from Sensei. Hold on, wait a second. Sensei, he could make this happen. 30 seconds left, can't even go in for reload. Timing still not in his favor. 2 more members remaining, and Rio on the flank. He's gonna be the one to find the kill, but Baloff with a run and gun shuts it all down. Good try from Sensei, honestly speaking. But
last round
for Reckoning, they're up in Cloud 9 right now.
Reckoning will be very, very happy with themselves and with the way this half is going. I mean, okay, sure. Still to an extent, 5-7 in your defensive half, a double sentinel isn't the most optimal, but still doesn't mean that it's the end of the world for the side of Reckoning. Yeah, they've been dealt a bad hand with exactly what has happened, but they can improve from this point forward and they can get better, especially with the momentum that they have going for them. So Lethal, they still want to brute force their way in, except for all, I mean, regardless of all the things Reckoning are throwing their way, that's why they want to peek these angles, but for the time being, yet again, they've been stopped. Rio, no! The operator misses. Android gets one. Now he's shut down. But yet again, an avenue for these attackers to execute as everyone converges onto the A-bomb site.
Just gonna keep on going. Marcel though has a proper angle over on towards the dish drop, but nope. Deadly, he's just way quicker. Remember the trade game that I was talking about?
Exactly.
And how Reckoning are incredible. Honestly speaking, every single analysis that I made is coming into full fruition. Their trades are just so beautiful to watch, but no, Marcel! He gets away with murder, and I think I jicks the members of Reckoning immediately. Can this stop?
Oh, maybe you didn't. Oh, Bad Love. What? Okay. I'm not going to
play Valorant the way that it was meant to be played. But,
exactly.
But he couldn't really do it. He didn't have the skill levels required to make it happen. So it's all right.
Okay.
Only people like CCV Cat who made Spike Rush all day.
I thought you meant he couldn't do it because of the 1 versus 2, not that. I do not agree with that. I do not doubt Bad Love and his skills. 12 to 10 right now. Battle Sage in full form.
No, his run and gun skills maybe.
Uh-huh.
That's something that only you can do, Mr. Spike Rushway.
I mean, oh, thank you. It's very, very flattering of you. But anyways, let's come back to the game at hand. Both these teams, a much needed 1-minute tactical timeout for their side as, you know, the side swap takes place. So keeping that in mind, for Reckoning, yeah, they'll have to do a lot of things differently. And particularly, I mean, since we're on the discussion of the Sage, you know, Bad Love, is he going to take up just a free lurker kind of player who, you know, kind of like the role Marzel was fulfilling right now? Many a times when Lethal were executing on towards B, he used to be just near A main, just towards arcade. He used to be that backbone, that lurker that only struck when it was really, really necessary. So does Bad Love take up that responsibility? And, you know, you've got the Neon in the chamber doing something else. Maybe it can happen, but Reckoning still have to make sure they get an entry into the bomb site and then they plant the spike one way or another. If that's possible, then it makes things a whole lot easier. You know, then you're practically playing defense. You want to waste their time, and that's where the Sage really is very effective. Not to mention the amount of bodies Bad Love is already dropping in the server. It's only been, yeah, it's been 12 rounds. He's gotten 12 kills, averaging 1 kill a round. Really, really good stuff. Very consistent. So keeping that in mind, the Sage will be playing a very, very interesting role in this attacking half for RGE.
It's a pretty hefty role on the team, but again, the strategies that you can employ with this double sentinel composition is a lot more limited than what the members of Lethal had. Its attack side will be pretty weak. They're looking for the first initial kill to allow them to push their way forward, but to gain that first skill, they need to wait until Lethal start to over-aggress. Now, Lethal, they should know. The first frag that comes in will be the main thing that shuts them down. And they're going for this? I don't like this idea. Compositionally, you're at the advantage if you don't die first, so playing defensive here is way better than playing aggressive. Ooh, good god, deadly. He's flirting with danger out here. But Android? Easy kill, come on. Send it back to
Rio's gone.
Easy.
Yeah, the vampire works. Unfortunately, the trade cannot happen just in the nick of time. Lethal Esports now. Everyone towards defender spawn. They're going towards the B bombs, but the spike is moving on forward to A. This is brilliant from Reckoning. If they can get the timing down, if they can be quick enough, because look at the defenders, all of them are on B. Reckoning, they better strike right now. But unbeknownst to them, they are not aware. The A side is up for grabs. The A side is there for the taking. Only now, Lethal may get some hints. So, the spike, yeah, for sure now is going to go down the stage wall beside it. And this round gets so much more difficult for these defenders now, who will be ready with their flank, who will be ready with their retake.
Could just get caught out here as well. Again, Android taking first, lots of contact, but still not gonna be allowed to boost here with the secondary refrag. Beautifully done on the double peak there. They just need to hold for as long as they possibly can. Still a 3 versus 3 situation, ample amounts of utility and a good amount of time to work with for the defense, but they're rushing it.
One enemy
And
remaining.
because of that rush, they're just gonna start falling as well over from the side. Lucia good for 1, but that's pretty much it. Members of Reckoning, they're able to retaliate, take away the first initial pistol round, and remember the issue that I highlighted previous? Going in a bit too aggressive and giving away that first initial pickup, it's a pretty bad hit, because on the defensive side, if you're able to get that first advantage, kill off the attackers, and immediately back off and play defensive lines with a 2-man setup on each side, you're golden, because the attackers can't easily push their way in because of this double central composition. But for Lethal, they got a bit too greedy in the way that they were taking that fight.
Yeah. Oh, this time couldn't rendezvous back just quick enough. Mars is going to be the initial person to depart away from this round. And Lethal Esports, yeah, it's going to be the eco. So Reckoning, building upon exactly what happened previously. Reckoning Esports making sure that they, keep the lead for the second half, and they keep getting back at the likes of Lethal in trying to nitpick away whatever lead Lethal had built. And this round is no different than that. It's going to be the spike going down. Lucia with another before his life is taken away, leaving the beach all alone. But yeah, we all know what the outcome is going to be. It's a simple round. It's going to be done and dusted pretty soon. The next round is where Lethal should be thinking forward to, when they've got all of the utility, when they've got a lot of better weaponry as well in the form of Vandals and Phantoms. That's exactly what they should be looking forward to in terms of how to deal with this attack from Reckoning, and possibly applying your theory as well of getting that initial kill, then running back, playing those hit and run kind of tactics.
I think the smoke and mirrors is honestly the best way for them to shut Reckoning down before things go out of hand. But I do believe this is where the calls will come in. The coach is taking this pause because they know Lethal's probably catching on. The hit and run tactic that we were speaking of could just be their downfall. And if the coach is able to read into that and shut it down before it builds up for Lethal now, with maybe a completely different strategy that we haven't really seen just yet, Reckoning, they could turn things around and equalize. It all starts here for them in this particular round. They have bonus weaponry, so their strategies need to be a little bit more different than what they could have gone for with the full buys, but you never really know. Taking a couple of risks here and there could just be the thing that you need to push yourselves over the edge.
Indeed. So now everything has been said and done, it's going to be exactly what's necessary from these players on both the rosters to essentially secure that win. Reckoning are on that cusp of an opportunity, maybe get back in Lethal, but Lethal have got to realize that they need to put an end to this. They can't let the first map be such closely contested, especially when they went for such a good map veto for their side. I mean, again, rationally, this should be favoring the likes of Lethal Esports, but then again, when it comes to gunfights, now the first one goes in their favor. Marzel backs up the rendezvous, and I don't think many attackers will be expecting Android to be right here. He can strike at the perfect time. He's tucked away. One easy kill. The attackers have no choice but to go towards the A-bomb side. Deadly only finds a single defender. And now the spike, alongside the hopes of Reckoning winning this round, unfortunately, are dropped to the ground.
One by one, they're just losing out on so many more different avenues here. Reckoning kind of did fall into that trap, didn't they? If the defense just plays it slow, they play it steady, there's no way that people are gonna lose this one. The attacks, I don't know. Again, just look at the playstyle. Remember what I was saying, CCB? Again, the predictions, the analysis is all coming into play. Looking at the composition, looking at the overarching storyline of exactly how Reckoning normally plays their rounds, this kind of fell into that situation. Android waiting for them to go in for that push. First initial bouts of advantage already found. Hit and run, they push their way back in towards the side. They give up space inch by inch instead of giving up a massive margin altogether to the attack. And that's how they're forcing them into a corner. Again, this time around, Android was not able to get out, but got a pretty big hit. They took down Hirsch, and not having a breach for your execution just makes this even more difficult to get into.
Especially when the breach is the only initiator present on the roster. Again, no KO. So the job of Reckoning gets a whole lot more difficult. Meanwhile, wait, Marzel, he's in spawn. Marzel is in... Wait a minute, he's in attacker spawn. Oh my god, he has the best position right now. Marzel will only be good for one, but he eliminates Deadly 10. As I say that, it's null and void. The resurrection goes through, and Deadly's back up and running. But the jig is up. Reckoning's plan is now known to the likes of Lethal Esports. Lucia, for the time being, is the only one who sits in the bomb side. Cybele picks off a lone attacker all the way towards Arcade or something. But this Brimstone will have a lot of work to do and a lot of calls to give as the execute is here.
Hostile down.
Trades, though, you gotta love it when you see a Reckoning playing to their strengths. They're able to switch things around and make sure they have the advantages on that end. But Cybele maybe a bit too early on the aftershock placement. Could have waited until the Sky Smoke completely went away. Sensei over towards the corner. Nearly lost his head there. Pretty tough spot for them to be in. But Pixel with the orbital strike, throwing it down from the skies. Again, the trades, they're so beautiful to watch every single time. Over from the side, the bad luck. He doesn't miss those shots. Has the sound cues that he needs and finally finds a frag that he wants. Sensei. If he was able to shut down Bad Luck there as soon as you opened up the doors, this could have been a completely different round for them.
It could have. There were so many variables, so many of those important gunfights. First you had Marzel and Spawn, Lucia and Bombside, then Sensei. But nevertheless, every single time it was the likes of Reckoning who just closely got that lead over Lethal Esports, and now this is pretty much securing the equalization of the score. Lethal Esports, it's going to be an eco from their side. They'll be going with a Tour de Force, but it's Deadly 10. Previously, we saw Android in this role as the Neon pushing towards A with that ult, and this time it's going to be ult versus ult. Android is the first one to depart, and yet again, Reckoning want to push into the bomb side. What do they find? It's going to be an empty A bomb side up for grabs. Lethal Esports want to retake it, but how quickly can they is the question.
Cybele already got that first initial frag off on the Battle of, though that's a pretty big and hefty hit. Here comes the Rolling Thunder to send them over to the skies. Deadly on the other end, though. He still gets a kill over with the Chori Rio. No, that's a miss! And Marcel's gonna be able to take him out with a 2 to force in hand. Looking for even more and Hirsch. He has nowhere to run. He has nowhere to hide. And one by one, they're just gonna drop the members of Lethal. They take it all away. Hirsch, I do believe, had some technical difficulties because I think he was lagging. Yeah. He was lagging.
Okay.
Because there's no reason why he should just be sitting there absolutely doing nothing.
I mean, when I saw that, I thought it was like some immense trigger control or something he was going for, potentially looking for multiple kills. But yeah, I don't know exactly what happened right there. But a timeout has been taken. So probably it's a tech timeout from the side of Reckoning Esports to make sure no such issues occur yet again. But yeah, for the meanwhile, Lethal Esports, they win out the round they really shouldn't have. A semi-thrifty or again a semi-buy goes their way means not only have Lethal reach double digits, also most importantly means the fact that now it's going to be the likes of Reckoning Esports on their own eco, thus allowing the defenders to get another round, get those 11 very close to match point and extremely close to sheer victory as well. So, really a very unexpected round. I definitely was very surprised as to what exactly happened towards the end. The collapse of this attack from RGE means that Lethal have just so much advantage right now. Yeah.
Looking at the economy as well, reckoning they're they're in a pretty tough spot. You can see the economy though, but I can CCV.
Mm-hmm.
They need to eco on this round. They're ecoing on the 10th. One more away from 11, and they have to eco here. If they don't, and if they are opting to go in for a force fight, if they lose out this round, it's all over for them. Match point comes in, and you do not want to be in this spot, especially on fracture. Moving on down from there,
You want
though.
to play? Let's
The
play.
journey to the land will seemingly be an upwards climb for the members of Reckoning. But for you guys back at home, it's just one ticket away. Check out the pin comment and also the link down below in the description. Don't forget yourself a like. It's all free, by the way, so don't miss out.
Exactly. Yep. Biggest gaming and esports festival India will have in 2022 again. You do not want to miss out.
Oh,
Right now, Cybele.
He's gonna miss that shot, though. Good God, Pixels. I
Yeah.
felt
He
like
was,
cheerily.
he was waiting for it. Cybele got a little too antsy with those plays. Now it's going to be Rio Torde forced towards B main. He escapes the jaws of these defenders. But there are only 4 of such defenders alive. 50 seconds on the clock. Reckoning. Ready up their attack. Ready themselves up for a B side take. Question is, when does it strike? So it's going to be the Rolling Thunder initiating and facilitating everything that takes place. The attackers behind the bomb side. Android close for a combat. The Vandal both Sensei with another. And Reckoning Esports.
Oh,
Oh, after all that's happened yet again, they have to back off.
Right there.
I think that Pixels is probably hitting himself for that one. Ouch. But, oh, Android. He's giving away so much noise. Rio has an opportunity to turn it around. No, that's just a shot miss, but still. Android kind of fell asleep there. Didn't really look back. Didn't really move forward even either. That's all up to Sensei to try and maybe turn things around from here. Has one flash to work with, so good angle for him. Given to him from the sides. Very common positions to come in from either end, but look at Hirsch. Still has the flashpoint in his hand. Aftershock and even the fault line to work with. Just needs that first bit of a contact. Rio with the swing. He's gonna be able to catch it though. Sensei. Not the play that he wanted, but again, for Reckoning, they're turning up the hype and also turning around these rounds pretty well.
I mean, credit where credit is due for the side of Reckoning Esports. Even though Fracture is by far statistically, except for Pearl again, it's one of their least played maps. They're still doing an excellent job against Lethal, who have been on the up and up and have been picking up this map more and more and more. So keeping that in mind, they are really doing an excellent job right now. And although they're not just close enough to victory, if they win this round, it's going to be equal. This is going to be a very influential round. Not many ultimates on board. The orbital strike, the null command is there. It's a lot to do with the credit economy with these teams. It's a lot to do with the buys, the ecos that will be taking place later. So keeping that in mind, whoever wins, be it Reckoning, be it Lethal, they will have a surmountable advantage over their opposition as soon as this round is over, considering that they will have to go for, this kind of play.
I don't know exactly what is going wrong in this situation for them.
Mm-hmm.
Lethal, they have the makings to easily take a round away from them, but they're overthinking situations way too much. And look at this again. You never really want to play from the top end side if you're in such a position with Lucio.
Player standing.
No! Huh?
The possibility of a multi-kill just instantly slipped away from his fingers. And Marzel, it's all up to you now. It's been so phenomenal in every way, shape, and form, but Pixels, he already knows. He expects this angle to come in. Marzel, tough spot for him. Maybe good for 1 kill, but to bring out a clutch and an ace, just not gonna happen. It's deadly. Crosser strain to the head and a pop to the face. Takes another one for his team. 9 and 10 scoreline, CCV. Do you believe? Because I surely do.
At this point, Reckoning Esports, yeah, I do believe now they are truly in the fight. Exactly what I was talking about with regards to the team's credit economies, with the ecos and all. Lethal Esports, they lost the round. They didn't get any kills for their side. They have to go for a full-on eco. I mean, Hero Vandal there for Marzel, but that's it. Only ultimate present is Sensei's Null Command, and it's not really an ultimate that can get a lot of kills directly, unlike the Neon Overdrive, unlike the Orbital Strike, and even the Torde Force. So Sensei will be saving this. And with that being said and done, this is now perfect prime time for RGE to equalize the score once and for all. They'll finally be back into the mix after battling against Lethal for the entirety of the first half, after being so close, 5-7, winning a couple more of those rounds. Now Reckoning Esports can do it. And now Reckoning Esports, not only will they equalize the score, but they'll also be looking to get the advantage right when it's needed the most, in towards the double digits. But we know, when Lethal don't have the guns, when they don't have anything to lose, that's when they are the deadliest. That's when they are the most lethal. Yes, pun intended. But the point still stands. You cannot count the LE members out of this round just yet. I believe yet again, I think a lot of the players are suffering through some issues. I think that's what we're getting information from our backend administrators, that many players, they've been having a couple of these instances of crashes or something along the lines of that. So hopefully we're resolving it just yet. That's why this tech pause is taken. But once everyone is back into the mix, then we can start off yet again.
For some reasons, on some days, SA Valorant just does not want to work.
Mhm.
Yesterday itself, I was trying to go in for a couple of games on my account, and the game just refused to start. And when it did start, it completely broke out. But again, moving back from there, I do believe that the players are ready, and we're going to be jumping straight down over back in towards the game. Let's just talk a little bit about why Lethal are taking such a massive hit. Yeah, of course. Reckoning, they're playing their composition really well for the attacking side, waiting for that first bit of contact. They take that trade-off. And as the defenders start losing their players, universally, there is a law that whenever you lose a player on defense, that's equal to losing 2 players on the attack. And that's what's really causing this all to break down on. And even though you said this is where they are the most lethal, they're not really able to cause that much danger just yet. Marcel down to 14 HP, and even though they have a 1-for-1 trade, it's not really as favorable as you would have hoped for. Because losing out the Neon, who can create so much space for you this early on, even on a thrifty round, that could be a problem for you. And Badlov, he's just dishing out as much damage as he possibly can. Marcel in contention to shut everything down with the aftershock over from the side. Hirsch nearly got a haircut right there. He's gonna be able to survive, but just one more frag is a requirement for him. But
And he gets it. 16 HP, no armor. He gets the headshot. How?
does he even care about his life at all? Hello?
Brave play right there. And now Reckoning Esports, well, with one of the members going down, they do take the A side control, but this is going to be met with a 4 versus 2 retake from Lethal. Problem is, so many of their members very low on HP. 1 bullet to the body will be enough. And I think Pixels' location is given away. Still, not going to be pushing the smoke, holding his ground, maintaining the angle.
One
That's good for the first, good for the secondary. And Pixels with that bow down. 4K coming in for Pixels. And good God, that was absolutely gorgeous. This could have been around. Again, if you look at the replay, they saw Pixels' head, but no one gave the call out.
Yeah.
Someone had to have seen him on headshot, right? Don't tell me.
Yeah, I guess they missed it, but yeah, then again, the outlines as well. I don't know what happened. What we do know is that Reckoning Esports, they have equalized the score. And yet again, Lethal will be going for their full buy. And once more, another very important round. But this time, a slight advantage for RG and their members is the fact that even if they do lose, they will have enough to go for a full buy yet again. And I think they'll be able to. For at least the next 2 rounds, they'll be able to sustain themselves with the amount of credits they have saved, the amount of credits they'll be getting. So money problems need not occur in the minds of RGE. What they need to worry about is exactly when to peak, which angles to peak, and what to go for. So keeping that in mind, once more, Reckoning Esports, slowly they're making their way forward. Lethal are holding these passive angles within the bomb side. Can they deal with this attack though?
Very slow approach from the members of Reckoning. In a way, I understand what they're trying to do. They're baiting in the members of Lethal to try and push into them, but this time around, they're not risking anything here. Sensei trying to find that first initial bit of a catch for his team, and then orbital strike. So beautiful. Pixels. Oh my God, I love this guy and the way that he plays. That Deadly, he's just gonna go through even Slorms. He doesn't even care what's gonna happen to his team. One more maybe possibly from the side, and Android, he knows this is a very dangerous peak for him to take, and the defenders, they're being forced into the worst possible spots from one side to the other.
10 seconds
And to
left.
try and go in for this retake, it's not going to be a simple feat. And Rio holding down from the spawn angle, maybe trying to survive this one. But Android has a proper shot, but nope. Deadly
Right here.
gonna miss out on that frag. Android finds one, but with Marcel still very much alive over towards drop, they just need that first bit of contact, that one kill that they need to retaliate. But with Badlock's position being so inconspicuous, that Reckoning, they should take this round. Simple for one.
Enemy remaining.
And Badlock has the timing. And with the low
my
HP, there's
God.
nothing that Android can do to survive that one. If Android had health, maybe this could have been in contention. But Lethal and no idea Badlock was sitting there.
I'm so sorry, Aggie, to cut you off, but Bad Love scam. And
What
he
happened to
got
his
that
scam?
kill. It was the funniest. Did we capture it on the instant replay? Maybe not. But just the anger that was there, getting released because he won the round. Again, goes to show, even if, again, BM or not, I don't care. What I'm trying to highlight is just how much invested these players are into the matchup.
Still going one step at a time. That is what you would love to see as well coming in. Reckoning. We wrote them off being as a team that they have no business winning this map. But they're showcasing they did their homework. They're out here to play. They are counter-stratting Lethal so hard in so many of their strategies that the way that they're switching up their playstyle as well is so surprising in more ways than one. Sensei, though, trying to take the first initial bit of a contact peek here. And Rio, he's not been having the best of days with his operator, but at the bare minimum, he's causing them to look at him. And when they have that little bit of a margin, it's just so much more better. But Marcel, you don't double dip in these situations, not against Deadly. Oh, God.
Oh, alright, yet again. Reckoning Esports, they've got the initial advantage. Lethal Sensei, he has a big play to make. Harsh,
30
he's
seconds
ready with the
left.
fault line towards Tower. Sensei doesn't spot anyone as of now. It is going to be the KO backing off, but I think he just missed Neon, but he is aware. Sound cues go through. Yet again, attackers into the B bomb side. Android Sensei, they need to make a play from towers. No, Sensei goes. Android also departs. And again, Lethal Esports in heaps of trouble because it's only 2 players now
Absolutely.
against 5.
One enemy
What do you
remaining.
do here? You have no business winning out of this round. And good God, the members of Reckoning. How are they doing
Match
this?
point.
It's like we're seeing a brand new team coming out of absolutely nowhere. It's just incredible to watch in more ways than one. The resurgence from the team and the way they broke the mental of Lethal as well to take it from an 8-4 scoreline. CCB 8-4.
Mm-hmm.
We're to a 12-10. If you told me this is how map number 1 was going to go through, I would not have believed you because this composition is not an easy comp to play. If you play double sentinel, your defensive side needs to start off strong because your attack will be a bit more weaker. You are going to make a lot more mistakes because you're relying on your opponents to play into your hands. And the fact that Lethal, they have not yet adapted in any way, shape, or form to the way how Reckoning are playing. It's astounding to me. Lethal, these are mistakes you cannot make. Where's the adaptability that you are known for? You have years of experience on your team. Why aren't you utilizing it? Or has Reckoning broke you this far that, as a team, they're just not able to handle it?
I think they've definitely been outed for this map, and they've been caught off guard by what Reckoning were able to bring to the table. But it's not just about the initial surprise as well. It's just Reckoning have constantly been delivering. And Lethal Esports, yeah, I don't know what exactly happened, but they fell through. Now Marzel going to go for a little bit of redemption. Rolling Thunder also brought out from these defenders, so they want to hold off the attack as long as possible. Reinforcements come in. Sensei's back. Marzel eliminates one more player. That's his third for the round. He wants to go for a lot more, but he's got the support of Cybele, and now it's Bad Love all by himself, who will quickly be eliminated. Lethal Esports, they are not out of this. Not just yet. Absolutely not. One more round, and overtime it is. One more round, and Reckoning take it home.
All starts here and then all possibly ends here as well for them. One more round. One more round. And I think that's a pretty fitting end for the map of Fracture as well. Whatever happens here, it's going to carry forward to the second map for sure. Lethal, their mental's been shot. But with this round, if they're able to take it back, they can slowly build it up for the next game, even if they lose out here. They need to survive, and Rio with this one to the force. He's working his way in, and Marzel again coming in down strong. He doesn't miss those frags when he needs to. He's able to find even more. Sensei trying to survive over from the back end corner, trying to get some form of a retaliation play in. But now, with Reckoning, they have full control of the sites, but with this retake coming in over to a 5 versus 4 situation, and the level of utility that the attackers have still being quite predominant, Rio takes the first, and Cybele, he has 2 flashes to work with, but still the timing's not in his favor whatsoever.
Oh, Cybele still makes it work. Bad Love.
Hold a second.
It's a double. Cybele with another. We are seeing the breach against the Sage. Kill after kill after kill. It is going to be Reckoning. It is going to be a 13-11 upset victory over the likes of Lethal Esports on this map of Fracture.
I have nothing to say. They lined up for a Bad Love. Pretty much did the biggest whip of his entire career. 2 seconds later, the stars aligned for him, and they both just stand in a straight line while he's whipping. I just can't believe it. I can't even hold my nose. I'm still not used to wearing glasses anymore. But still, what I'm not used to is watching the level of gameplay coming in from Lethal deteriorate a little bit, because they started making a lot of mistakes in the way that they were playing and their composition, even though they had the strength to continue to go in for pushes and facilitate a lot of the plays that they were trying to make through the usage of utility, was not really as present. Cybele just was dormant throughout the entirety of the defensive half. And as we head on down over towards the match highlights, when we move over to the second half, of course, we're going to be able to witness that as well. Lethal on the first initial couple of attack rounds. Good God, were they unstoppable.
Absolutely.
Ival coming in with a lot of different utility plays, was setting up his teammates, and also Sensei was coming in for the self-utilization of his utility to give him himself an advantage. Marzel with his works were also incredible. Entries were done proper, but again and again, we go back to the problem that arises every single time. People do not yet know exactly what the strength of the Neon is on this particular map. You gain space so that your chamber can play off of you. And honestly speaking, even though there wasn't a double initiator composition, Reckoning, they played it way better. Rio was Rio was not really playing with the Neon as much because he had an operator in his hand, but every single one of his other teammates, they were always right next to Deadly as soon as he tried to dash in towards the side or gain some space. Like, look at this. They were always close by to go in for refrags, but for Lethal, they didn't really have this. They were playing by themselves in a lot of different cases. And Pixels, man, he deserves all the love in the world.
Absolutely stunning performance from his end and everyone really in Reckoning. I mean, yeah, they put it forward. Even Bad Love, as that battle sage, had a lot to say in the first and second half. Sure, there were instances he wasn't able to close out many of the kills and all, many of the 1vx situations, but he still put his worth out there when it comes to the entire map. He still proved exactly that, be it the Sage, be it any other agent, be it any other agent archetype for that matter, he's still going to be present and he's still going to deliver. And everyone in Reckoning had that to prove today, and boy oh boy they did. Doesn't matter what happens in this best of 3, even if Lethal Esports now surprise everyone yet again and go for a comeback win 2-1, still the fact that Fracture is now a win for Reckoning with the same score that Lethal had barely managed to win over Medal goes to show that against Reckoning, yeah, even the maps where they seem like they're not the deadliest, or the maps where they seem like they don't have the most amount of practice, they can still strike and they can still take you down.
I don't know. Today probably isn't the best day for Lethal, honestly. The team just feels way too off from what they normally are like. But again, you have to give it to Reckoning then. They took the pauses, and after those pauses, they were back. I loved the way that it was incredible to watch. Very slow start. They were at a snail's pace early on, but
Yeah.
later on in the game, they picked it up and they were faster than any Formula One car that you can name. Precise in the way that they were taking sides. They were showing discipline as well in the way that they were holding a lot of different avenues. But for Lethal, they were being read like an open book. And Marcel, yeah, he had a lot of incredible fags. He was trying to do what he could on the chamber, but his teammates are not able to back him up on it. It just wouldn't work on his favor whatsoever. Nothing he would have done would have helped him out.
100%, the individual efforts were there from Marzel. 306 average combat score. The only player in this entire server to cross 300 ACS on this map, but still, sadly, they just missed out by an inch. Just one round, the final one, round number 24, could have gone either way. We very well could have been in the midst of an overtime right now with God knows what kind of a score, given the circumstances. But still, it's going to be a reckoning win. And boy, oh boy, what a win it was from their side. Incredible stuff. Definitely very deserving. Lethal Esports, they need to take a step back. All the players, in the boot camp, they have to talk over exactly what happened, go over on how to improve, how to rectify the mistakes so that on Icebox we see a stronger Lethal, and on Icebox we see better competition. But Reckoning also going to be very, very strong right there. It's going to be one of their big maps. So keeping that in mind, as both the teams prepare themselves for Icebox, we here at the Esports Club will be taking a very, very quick break as well. So stay tuned, don't go anywhere, be right back, and we'll be right back.
the legends of memory and storage. Crucial brings you the ultimate performance in gaming. Legendary products. Precision engineered. For speed and stability. Crucial ballistics. legends of memory and storage. Crucial brings you the ultimate performance in gaming. Legendary products. Precision engineered. For speed and stability. Crucial ballistics.
Welcome back, everyone. You're watching AMD Ryzen and Windows 11 present the Esports Club Challenger Series for Valorant, powered by Crucial alongside our broadcast partner, Loco. I'm CCV, joined alongside Aggressive, and we are bringing to you group stages, match day number 2, the first best of 3 we have of the day. It's Reckoning Esports against Lethal Esports. So far, map number 1, it went the entire 9 yards. The map of Fracture, chosen by Lethal. Unfortunately for their side, they ended up losing out on it, and it was an upset victory for Reckoning. 13-11 was the final score. And keeping in mind that Reckoning barely ever played this map, an insane showing that they had brought out.
It was incredible to watch in more ways than
Mhm.
one. The way that Reckoning took the game away from an 8-4 scoreline on the cusp of victory was the members of Lethal. It was 10-4. CCB. 10-4.
Yep.
And Lethal just kept on dropping the ball. Reckoning, the way that they played was just phenomenal. That is a comeback that will carry your momentum forward over to the second game. And now we're heading into the home grounds of Reckoning. An easy 2-0 could be on the cards for Reckoning, you never really know. But if we go through the age-old Valorant days, you know that you lose out, or you win out on your opponent's game, but you lose out on your own because you don't put enough practice. But you have to give the highlight to the player that pretty much changed the entire flow of game number 1. Marzel, he had a phenomenal first run, 26-19, 306 ACS with 7 first bloods. You always highlight that statistic. And Marzel, he's carrying his entire team because of
100% excellent showing he had right here on the map of Fracture. Brilliant performance, 26-19. Yeah, being the only person to cross that 300 ACS as well. The 7 first bloods out of 24 rounds. Solo as the chamber means a lot. As the chamber, you're usually on the forefront of the defense, but the fact that he was able to get the first bloods so many times means a lot. And yeah, overall insane performance from his side. But definitely, Marzel would like everyone in the side of Lethal Esports to now step up and to make sure that they do not lose out this best of 3, because again, group stages, you lose a best of 3, you lose out on those valuable points, means that it gets all the more difficult for a roster to get back into the game. It gets all the more difficult for a roster to essentially swing back and take one of those top 2 land spots needed. Again, if anyone is unaware about the format, we have the total 8 best teams in South Asia currently divided in 2 groups of 4. Out of those 2 groups, the top 2 teams in each group will be moving on forward to play the Challenger Series finals, taking place in LAN 12th, 13th, and 14th of August. Again, it's going to be an amazing event, the largest gaming and esports festival India will see in 2022. You can go in the description, you can get yourself some tickets, or you can scan the QR code in front of your screens right
here
now.
to scan the
Going to be
code.
taking place in Bangalore. There's going to be so much more. You definitely cannot miss it. So get your free tickets right now.
Especially the meet and greets and the cosplays, man. We
Mhm.
always do forget about the cosplay competition that we have set up for you as well. Never really forget about that. So if you want to put up your best efforts on maybe becoming a Jet, becoming an Omen, or becoming a Reina, you got to head on down there. The cosplay competition is what's really attracting me a little bit more than the finals. I'll be honest with you because I'm really into cosplay,
Mhm.
and you don't really want to miss out on that opportunity. You can also check out our Instagrams to get even more details about exactly what's going to happen throughout the LAN event. We've been posting a lot of stuff there, and also make sure to hit the subscribe and also hit that like here on the stream because we are going to be uploading a trailer for the entirety of the arena. So you don't want to miss out on that. A lot of stuff for you that you need to get sink your teeth into. So make sure to get that ticket and also get a ticket over to Bangalore if you don't have it. You don't want to miss out on this opportunity at all because this arena is not going to come back for a pretty long time. And if you miss out your opportunity here, you're missing out on a big one.
Absolutely. You do not want to miss out on that. So it's going to be a banger as well. Everything is going to be there. You have to be there as well to make it all the more special, not just for yourself, but also for esports in South Asia in general. So definitely, a lot that's on the horizon, less than more. I mean, I'm going to be honest, I've used this analogy before, but it's the same as a child during the Christmas week. I'm counting down days. And although right now, as I say that, I have forgotten exactly how many days are there, it's just shy of like 2 weeks that remain. So definitely get yourself some tickets sorted and be there. Not much time. So you got to hurry up. You have to plan just a little bit things out. But that's what makes it so worth it, is that, a couple of hours spent planning, thinking about the entire trip will make the trip actually more worth it. And who knows, explore Bangalore as well. I'll definitely be doing a bit of that. It'll be my first time there. I don't know what to expect. I mean, if it's up to me,
Really good
Delhi is,
weather.
I mean, the best. I
Yeah,
mean, I
because of
need
the
that.
Delhi Metro, right?
Yes. I mean, not just the metro, but in general. But anyways, we get back to the match at hand. Very, very soon, Icebox will be starting. And this is where questions start to arise for Lethal Esports with regards to their consistency. Many a times on Fracture, we saw Lethal didn't have the best of performance. There were a couple of mistakes from the side of Reckoning as well. I do remember for those defensive rounds where they were just pushing that one angle and Lethal were easily countering them. I'd mentioned that. But what happened? Reckoning improved right then and there. Their coach Mahogany took, I think, yeah, he took a timeout. He discussed everything that was going on with the roster, and Reckoning managed to salvage the half pretty nicely, being down 2-7, 1-7, something along the lines of that, making it back to 5-7 score. And then, of course, we also what took place in the second half. But yeah, they managed to salvage the defense. From the defense of Lethal Esports, they had their moments, they had their kills, they had their versions of shutting down the execute as well. But it wasn't always there, and they needed it to be present a lot more than it actually was. They were deviating away from their plans. They had to make sure, and they have to make sure something like this doesn't occur on Icebox if Lethal still want to be in the BO3.
Icebox is not going to be easy, but
Mhm.
I believe the composition is going to be a bit more interesting. Lethal, they have a tendency of shifting their compositions a little bit after that first initial loss on map number 1.
Right.
And if you take that tendency into consideration, Lethal, they could be going in for something that's completely unorthodox. We don't know just yet when you think about it, but what kind of compositions normally works on the map of Icebox? It's mainly teams that have a lot of verticality that you can play around it. And of
Yep.
course, the double sentinel composition where your defensive side just becomes so insurmountably strong that you get a very strong early lead, maybe a 10-2, a 9-3, or an 8-4 that you can snowball into the following attacking half where you need to play it a bit more slow. Your playstyle will remain the same as what we witnessed on the map of Fracture, waiting for that first initial peak before you go in for the side takes. And
Right.
the way that Reckoning have been playing, it seems though every single map revolves around that, where they make their defense extremely powerful and their attack slightly weaker, but seemingly the attacking side is where they thrive a lot more than the defense, which is very surprising
Surprising.
considering the compositions that they're running.
Exactly. It's not just about the compositions as well. It's the play style, it's everything. So keeping that in mind, it's going to be quite interesting seeing exactly what takes place on Icebox, but definitely I have to agree with that. The composition will play a major factor, and we may see something different as well that we didn't on Fracture. Who knows? Someone can take up a new role. I mean, just now we saw Marzel do a very, very good job on that chamber. If he is clicking those heads time and time again, maybe they could experiment giving the jet to him, but that's the problem. We don't know Mazel to be on the jet. We haven't seen that. We have seen Mazel previously before Lethal to be on the Rays a couple of the times. I still remember some of those very nice Mazel Rays plays. I was in some other tournament quite a long time ago. He got like a 4K with a showstopper towards Split. Against which team? Again, sadly, I don't remember. But we know Mazel to be on the Rays. Thing is, on Icebox Rays, it's very highly unlikely a team is going to be bringing out. Even if teams do go for double duelist, it's usually Jet and Reyna that used to be in the meta. But since then, the meta has taken a major tumble and a major change. For now, at least in South Asia, double Sentinel is the way to go. You bring that Chamber, you bring that Sage, you keep your defense. Viper, obviously, I mean, just as useful and just as consistent Brimstone is to Fracture, Viper is the same to Icebox. So Viper's got to be there. Sova as an initiator. I mean, we haven't seen, the decline of Sova definitely is here. But on Icebox, the man is unchanged. He still holds that firm grasp over that market share. And for the time being, even if other initiators are brought into the mix at times, no one can displace Sova from his throne. So just outing about the common themes are going to be a Viper is going to be there, Sova is going to be there. As the one duelist, we know teams can bring no duelist. We saw that particularly from the side of Anadi Army yesterday. But I think with the way these teams are playing, Android, Deadly, these guys, they may be on the Jet once more. So keeping that in mind, yeah, it's Jet, it's Sova, it's Viper. It's now on to exactly what are they looking for. Is it going to be double initiator, double duelist, double sentinel as it's most common? Any thoughts you have before we start with the agent selection, which should be coming up very soon?
Small bits of technical difficulty here and there, but
Mhm.
we're trying to fix it out as fast as we possibly can so we can easily set it up for you guys back at home so you have the best viewing pleasure possible.
Yeah.
We know that you love the player cams. It takes a little bit of time to set up, but once it's set up, it's incredible to watch the reactions that we get. Bad love going in for BMs while he's having fun, taking his anger out on his keyboard as well from time to time. That control key is not going to be happy, but us back at home, we're euphoric. But on the other end of the spectrum, the agent selection's up and ready on your screens, ladies and gentlemen, and CCV. I think
Okay,
your unlikely
wow.
composition is possibly the most
I
likely one.
mean, yeah, I mean, this is Sensei Jet Android Rays. Okay. All right, bring it on, I guess. No Sage brought out. But then again, from Reckoning, it's Sage and Killjoy, no Chamber. Very
An
interesting.
even more older composition, by
Exactly. Wow. Huh.
well,
So,
both teams are traveling back in time. Lethal may have traveled into another dimension, but that's completely fine. They still have traveled back in time. Double duelist going up against double sentinel, and that double sentinel is a killjoy. Huh.
yeah, the thing about Icebox is it's not the end of the world with the Killjoy. Like, Killjoy is still not very common, but she's
It
there.
was common though.
Yeah. It's particularly about Chamber being more and more prevalent. Killjoy wasn't really phased out or she didn't really lose any of her momentum. Unlike on Haven, where, this is one of your major points, Aggressive, is that because
Yeah,
of the
the
fact that you see
breach.
B, yes, but on Icebox, there's never a breach. When it comes to initiators, usually it's Sova KO, or most of the times it's Sova by himself. And yeah, the Hunter's Fury can be very lethal to get rid of the Killjoy lockdown. Still, the Killjoy can cycle through them, and there is that opportunity of using that lockdown to its fullest capabilities. But keeping that in mind, it is going to be very interesting seeing these two different compositions all together.
When you look at the compositions from an overarching perspective,
Hmm.
I honestly see the level of gameplay that could be coming in from the Killjoy to be a bit more limited in the way that you want to entry onto sites.
Yeah.
And that's one of the main reasons why I personally don't like the Killjoy whatsoever. It just feels very one-dimensional in the way that you approach a lot of different sidelines that you want to go in for. You can't really have that different levels of play that you would hope to see. But again, as we're jumping on back straight out over to the game, Marzel though seems to want to take matters into his own hand. Aggressive play coming in from him over towards B main, and Bad Love trying to go in for a slow lurk over to the other side. He heard the footsteps.
There.
Android He's gonna be none the wiser. Bad luck with the swing. That's a free tap. Nope.
One down.
I thought he would miss the shot. But that's completely fine because they have a pretty empty A side to take over. But Bad Luck, he needs to be careful in the way that he pushes in. A bit too over aggressive, and Sensei could easily chop its head clean off his shoulder.
Sensei can. He can get many headshots right here, but he's still going to give his position away. Bad luck. Whoa! Crosshair placement. Wasn't completely aware where the jet was going to swing from. And although Reckoning Esports, they get side control, it costed them one of their players. Now, though, yet again, they get the man advantage back in their hands. 4 versus 3. Lethal on the retake. All 3 defenders going to be here from their spawn. Marzel Headhunter doing an excellent job. Deadly's off. Another player gets tagged severely. The handicap is there. Reckoning need to hold their ground. Close for combat. The classic works. And it is going to be Harsh. Finally, with the double for elimination. Reckoning Esports on their attack. They make it work. The pistol is now theirs. And the next round is very soon to go their way as well.
That was clean. Marzel, though, honestly, that's pretty rough for him. Marzel got the double tap over onto the Sova, but the Sova bought armor. That is very unorthodox for a Sova to buy armor, but after the recent changes to the drone and it being nerfed down to oblivion, a lot of Sova players, have started to just not pick up the drone whatsoever. A double chalk dart is so much more better. At least you can gain damage out of it. And because of it, that Sova surviving easily turned the round on its head and allowed the members of Reckoning to just keep pushing, keep on going. That pistol round win is going to be massive for them. Oh, good God. That would have been a pretty nasty hit over onto the Sia if he died there. Sorry, picks.
Terminated.
I mean, for Reckoning, yeah, easy round. 2 very simple kills that they've managed to gather for their side. Lethal Esports, they'll try for some kills, but it's highly unlikely they'll be able to because RG and their players, they're playing at a distance and they're keeping their ground moving together. So 1 or 2 kills, sure, they may go the way of the defenders, but the round surely won't. And again, Deadly 10 spots where Cybele is holding that ground. He's gone bolt out from the Sova. Lucia already towards the bomb side. Sensei gets 1 spray fire from Deadly. Look at the range on that. But the spray still lands and it's going to be Reckoning Esports now. Calmly and collectively winning their anti-eco, establishing a 2-0 lead right from the get-go. But this is where Lethal have to swing back into favor. Full buy. All of the investments, all of the credit investments going into this round. 5 rifles, full armor. They need to make this work.
Think about it like this, CCB. Did you see Pixel's face? He was just unfazed. He's like, yeah, I'm just here chilling, vibing. Not much to do.
Around. Yeah.
He's been around the block a couple of times already. And Lethal, they're the ones that are sweating here. But honestly, the fact that they're working out this much and the cardio can be felt is just so much more better. Marzel tried to be a little bit cheeky on the angle, trying to find that first initial tab before he wants to go back away. But Marzel, timing is everything, but the crosshair placement is just so much better. Deadly, he doesn't miss those. And Marzel, straight into his awaiting arms. Gets shut down. And with that first frag, Marzel, he's not going to be happy. They don't have the momentum anymore, and this momentum break could just be their downfall.
Critical shot.
Alright, the momentum can be their downfall, but now, for the time being, everything comes to a standstill. Reckoning Esports, they still want to contest this. Sensei back and forth, the counter strafe. Make sure he doesn't die, but he doesn't manage to take anyone down just yet. So the rotations from RG are going to be quite time consuming and very risky, mind you, because of this one player. Lucia propped up towards me. He spots one player, but no! One Viper takes down another, and yet again, it's the man advantage. Yet again, it favors Reckoning Esports. Less than 25 seconds on the clock. They will be executing onto the A bomb side. The paint shells can come out, and yeah, the paint shells will go through, but the spike is still planted, and
Oh my
Sensei!
God, Sensei, he's actually found that.
What a shot.
He had no business getting that frag, but with that, he's gonna be in pretty good contention. Android misses out on a very crucial shot, and Rio's gonna be able to shut him down because of it. One more frag over from the side. Hirsch with the crossfire, and Rio with the triple.
This is their bonus, by the way.
Yeah, this is their bonus. That was a beautiful one. Rio lost in
Indeed.
pot.
Enemy kill.
Honestly, he should be. Sova shot was absolutely
Critical shot.
He's lost in sort of what, Reckoning can do if they get that first prize of 7,50,000. That's what's going through his mind right now. But well, for Rio, still a couple of ways off, although Reckoning definitely are on the great path. And Reckoning, it's going to be amazing. If they can make it to the land, seeing their side out there, it'll really be very, very, energetic for the players, and of course very helpful for the roster as well. Now Sensei, he wants to put an end to that. The rush
resurrection.
is there. And now, yeah, the resurrection is back for Harsh. He can go for the revival. Unless he goes down, he looks away at the wrong moment. It's going to be Marcel with a headshot all the way towards the B-bomb side. Harsh takes down another, but Marcel is still going ham. He goes back to the B-bomb side, but the chamber has done his damage in Reckoning yet again. They have to go to the A side.
So it's all up to you here, buddy. Maybe a bit too fast there on the mid push. Doesn't even have a proper gun to take this fight, and that's going to be a costly one because now the B side's completely empty, and Android needs to work his way up over from kitchen. But look at the timing that he has. Deadly! He's already there. Knows what to expect. That's the first. He's expecting the flank, and this is so beautiful. The game sense coming into play, and Cybele, he doesn't really have a gun to work with either. He's going out. Possibly get a frag, but honestly, if Cybele didn't think there was a gun there, he would have died.
Poison orb emitting.
Cybele not getting the call that there are no weapons over on that end is one of the main reasons he survived there. That is so unfortunate for Deadly.
Well, one man's trash is another man's treasure, I guess. I mean, in this case, Cybele was looking for treasure, but he found gold in some other way. That was going to be a free kill. Still picks up that Vandal, takes down a play on the opposing side. But Reckoning. Oh, Pixels. Okay. Well, it is going to be Cybele, getting rid of yet another attacker. And Harsh also goes down. So it's going to be a wipeout on the attacking side. But yet again, the more important problem for Lethal are the rounds. They don't have to focus too much about the economy just yet. Reckoning, yeah, it's not one of their priorities. It's not a concern just yet. All Reckoning care for is how can we win the most rounds possible, because also keep in mind is that this is Reckoning on their attack. This is Reckoning getting 4 consecutive round wins with 2 Sentinels on board. Aggie, imagine what they can do once the Killjoy and the Sage are in full force.
They take over more ways than one. Slow push out. And with Lethal on the other end, they need to try and find a couple of rounds here. Again and again, Lethal, they're getting shut down so drastically, and I understand that their composition is much more suited for the attacking side, but still, Reckoning, their competition is purely defense-based, and they're still possibly able to get away with even more. Beautiful snakebite to come in, please. They force back the... Never mind I said anything. CCP, can you take over, please? Because I need some time to try and process what I just witnessed.
It's the boombots, man. When you expect them the least, that's when
Roombas.
they strike. Yeah, whatever you may want to call them. But right now, it's Reckoning Esports wanting to strike on the B-bomb side. Sadly for them, now Lethal are not giving them any ground whatsoever. No opportunities, no avenues. Marcel Tode force ready, misses the shot, but he can go for another. Sova Bolt reveals his location, allows Deadly 10 to push up. He can dispatch another player right here. Harsh is also putting in the work. No, Deadly's gone. And now all the pressure falls onto the Sage. But Harsh, he can do something. Highly unlikely, but it's possible nonetheless. Location given away, and whoa.
Harsh, why?
Yeah.
Thanks.
The man peeked out from his wall and then threw in a Sage slower?
I think just
Panic with a capital K?
or maybe it was, the slowdown, that you have the movement slowdown in Valorant when you get hit with bullets. I think that may have affected him as well. I don't know. Whatever it was, his movement was slowed and he was just got at the wrong place at the wrong time. So eventually led to his death. But in a more positive spin of news, it led to the first round win for Lethal, and they'll definitely be happy about that alongside all their fans. I also have to say, that was the first time Harsh died in 5 rounds. So, okay. All right, he's having a great survival rate right now. And he's getting kills as well. Now someone who's not is Bad Love. First to go off, there's the Viper split towards A. Lethal, slowly but surely, they're building back the defense that was lost from them early on.
Thought out build here. Lucia. Viper split in hand, and with this Viper
Teleport's
split,
ready.
it's an easy hold for him on Marcel with this operator. Once again, over towards the B side. They have two very strong anchors on both ends. But now they need to pick their poison. Either you fight a Viper split, or you fight Marcel on the operator. Neither one of them is a very prospecting situation now, is it? Oh, good shot.
Oh! Finds it, and it's going to be a boiler push. There's Harsh with the spike to near the Viper split. Sensei goes down. A lot of pressure now onto Lucia to get the kills. What he does? Wait!
seconds
What
left.
was that final kill? Running headshot, 1 bullet. I'm not saying anything. Lucia doing Lucia things, but Harsh now, he doesn't have an idea where the Viper is, although he can strike. It's all down to the skill. Lucia's not looking. Harsh, the decay affected him. Nevertheless, it's going to be a headshot. It's going to be the second round for Lethal.
Favor them at all. It's a complete another shutdown coming in from that end. And Reckoning, they're now in the back seat a little bit here, not too much just yet, because they still have enough to go in for one more final buy before they get shut down. But in my eyes, they took a pretty hefty hit here, because they've completely backed themselves into a corner, and I don't really know how they're gonna come out of it. These aggressive plays coming in from Lethal are catching them off guard, and unless they find a strategy to finally maybe go in for a shutdown here, they're done and dusted.
They need to work against that, and yet again, Sensei being posted up on the front line gets the initial kill. No repercussions just yet, and yet again, Reckoning Esports, they've been dealt a blow, but there's no way they can come back from it. Not just yet, anyways. Deadly has got that Vandal. It's a weaker vibe from the attackers. I mean, we're seeing the half shields, we're seeing the marshals and all. So this round as well should go the way of Lethal. Reckoning don't have any ultimates remaining, no momentum to support them. The defenders, brilliant positioning from their side, not to mention the man advantage. Yeah, this is a recipe for disaster for RGE. They'll have to do something. Spike moves on forward towards the B bomb side. Yet Marzel awaits them with open hands and a crosshair, looking to get the kill. Marzel finds Rio. That's one gone.
30
On
seconds
towards A.
left.
Deadly departs. And yet again for Reckoning Esports, the round is pretty much done and dusted.
It's just difficult on every single regard. You don't really have the composition to do it when Marcel, he found a shot, but through the wall, that's just not gonna happen. Pagels come in to retaliate.
10
Can't really
seconds
get the
left.
spike line down with only 10 seconds left and the boombot to your name. And yep, that boombot's gonna catch you, buddy. Eventually, but surely, that he can plant though. Oh god!
Adler from
I love
behind.
he's alive.
Placing swamp grenade.
Oh, that would have been incredible, but Cybele. Spray control reigning supreme. He does find the headshot that he wants. And good god, this round got way too close for comfort.
Team Ace.
We all did our part.
If it wasn't for that satchel, Pixels would have still been alive.
Yep. Oh. There was a lot that went on in the final couple of seconds. I mean, yeah, as soon as Pixels got that drop onto Marzel, and then, yeah, the satchel. I mean, even if Pixels went up, it was still a very difficult chance for him to get the headshot onto the race, but regardless, not going to talk about it. Once again, Mahogany goes for that tactical timeout, and we know the last time Reckoning went for this, it worked wonders for their side on defense on the map of Fracture. They were able to salvage the half. They were able to keep it still in their favor. So, I mean, not completely in their favor, but like, yeah, they didn't have the advantage, but it was a whole lot better situation than what it could have been had they not changed their strategies. And this is one of the things from Reckoning is that their improvisations have been working on Fracture. Can they do it on attack with double Sentinel on Icebox? It's a little bit difficult, but they're still trying to make it work. Question is, once the side swap happens, which team will be stronger? Because, of course, Reckoning, they'll be looking good with their double Sentinel. Not to mention, Lethal will have two duelists to work with as well. So it means all the more firepower. But that's a thought we'll delve deeper later on. Once, we are nearing the second half and once the side swap takes place. For now, still a lot more rounds to go, and still the momentum can take turns yet again.
So adding up one by one, and Marcel, you gotta be careful there, buddy. Even though he got tagged, he doesn't even care about it. Holding down the angle tight. No real advantages for either end, but this A side, not really the best positions for them to be in. And again, Sensei, he's been playing on this spot over and over again, and somehow he's still getting his way with so many of these frags. He gets the first parts of information because of the footsteps, and with this recon arrow, they're gonna give away all their spots, but the skill gen lockdown's gonna give them the contention that they want and the contention that they need. But the Hunter's Fury easily able to turn things around, and Bad Love, he takes a back seat. The operator coming in from him has no use, but for them to find one more frag, it could be a problem, but Android sends them over to hell. The party's gonna be good, the party's gonna be present, and Sensei with the shots, and absolutely gorgeous. 4 and 4, and Lethal, they're out here to play. But they're not playing games. They're playing the Hunger Games instead.
I mean, for now, yeah, Lethal, they really aren't playing games. They're in there seriously. They want to get over with the map of Icebox. They want to push this to the third map. They're not going to stop no matter what it takes. And so far, they've been doing a very, very good job. So far, they've been really excellent at getting back at the side of Reckoning after those initial rounds got over. With all that being said and done, yet again, it's Lethal to strike first. Sensei in this belt's position, unstoppable for so many of these rounds, and he always retreats just in the nick of time before the attackers can catch him. So, score equalized, weaker buy for RGE means that Lethal can take the advantage now.
Spike down A. One enemy remaining.
Right. So, yeah, Rio also departs, and like we were talking about, exactly, it's going to be Lethal Esports now taking that advantage. And for the side of Lethal, it's a big morale booster as well, because, yeah, after being down 0-4, winning 5 rounds consecutively now means a lot to them. And Lethal also know just how good it's going to be and just how beneficial this is for their side. So Reckoning, they need to change something. If we're talking numbers, I'd use the example of Harsh. After the 5th round, he had 6 kills and 1 death. Ever since then, hasn't had a kill so far. So Reckoning as well, this is affecting their morale, but rather negatively. They need to get back into it. They still, just like Fracture, need to try and salvage the half before things turn too sour.
Ready in such a bad spot that I'm worried for exactly what's gonna happen here. Rio with the Hunter's Fury! Airline, and he would have gotten that kill over there. Pixels does get caught out with the pain shields, can't really run away just yet. Lucia on the other side has a good timing over onto 1, but still they're not going to be able to get away. Noise has been made over from the other side. That's going to be a kill, and Lucia with the shutdown over onto Pixels. That's going to be a costly one. Pixels, he really didn't need to push over onto the other side there. That's going to be a costly one for them to find. Deadly doesn't have the timing, doesn't really have the bullets to even work things out here. Shot after shot, kill after kill, and it's going to be Lucia with the final. 6 and 4, and this round was an absolute chaotic fest for either team. But Reckoning, what's really happening here?
Out of charges.
They feel so disjointed.
Yep.
Pixels is running around like a headless chicken, going up, down, everywhere.
At this point, I mean, the side of Reckoning now, they've got to make sure things don't spiral completely out of their hands. Because okay, worst case scenario, 8-4. Second half, they have to buckle up. They can't leave anything left on the table. Why? Because Reckoning have this opportunity to end the best of 3, 2-0. Yet Lethal Esports don't want that to happen. Reckoning need to make sure this goes their way. This round most likely will not be going their way because they have fallen into this economical trap of just buy, lose, eco, lose, buy, lose, eco, lose. No matter what they're doing, they're losing it out. The credit loss bonus as well isn't really working wonders for them, even though each of the players, they're getting 2,900 credits every single round. Still not enough. So seems like Reckoning, they've taken a technical timeout right now. Hopefully this doesn't add to their miseries. If any of their players disconnected, or if anything along the lines of that happened, hopefully they get back into the server as soon as possible. But overall, for the side of Lethal, yeah, they're looking good, and the round
Deploying
resumes.
drone.
Good for Sensei and Marzel are playing. That's a double-sided play, but wait, they're still taking the fight like this? Good God, that's absolutely crazy. But Pixels on the other end shuts down Android. That's a free gun for them to work with, but he's not going to be able to pick it up. Look at the levels of aggression coming in from mid. Cybel, this is so dangerous for him to take, and if he misses a shot here, that's going to be deadly for him. He needs to run away immediate. But Bad Love, he has a weapon, and
Deploying
wait,
drone.
how the hell did he get up there? Oh wait, he just jumped on top of the box. Okay, never mind. I got worried for a second.
Revealing area.
Yeah. Anyways, for the time being, exactly right now, I mean, Reckoning still have got all 5 of their members pushing forward. Is another task. They eliminate Cybel. They can pick up 2 very valuable weapons. Now they've got the man advantage as well. Oh wait, before you know it, it can still go their way. Marzel gets rid of Harsh. There's the Viper split in the A bomb side, and all of the attackers, they have to push through this. No other choice for them. Lucia, spam fire. It's going to work, my friend. You better trust your instinct. You better go for it. Rio goes all the way around the bomb side, swings away, and now goes through. Lucia now could be eliminated. Deadly 10 drops down. Oh wait, Reckoning, they're still in it. Lethal, they are getting eliminated. Marzel, after taking 1 down, goes down himself.
Lucia, this is all up to him. If he misses a single shot here and a frag, that's not going his favor, but still deadly. He finds a kill on the Sensei. That's the biggest one for him to find. And with this, they just can't hold. They can't wait. Look it over towards Pixels. Pixels is coming in from mid, and even if Battle of dies here, he's not going to be expected.
What?
Pixels, no! He's going to stand. There's no way he survives this one.
Shit. Come on.
Just didn't happen.
Clutch.
I almost
Less than a second.
Pixels.
Yeah.
He just
Last
needed to
round
wait
in
there.
the
He
half.
had the best opportunity. Just look at the minimap. You can see it as
Mhm.
well. Deadly gave him the opportunity to make this happen. Bad Love, yeah, a couple of frags missed, but it really doesn't matter for him. But Pixels, he doesn't need to spray that. He could have just played it so smart there. Ouch.
Mm-hmm. Oh, now that's really got to sting to the side of Reckoning now. Because that round was almost gone their way, and now Sensei adds to their misery. It's 1 jet going ham. Another jet. This time it's Deadly. He's got the Blade Storm. Last time we saw him, he managed to get a couple of the kills. Now Marzel got a force. Shot through the wall. Lucia takes down Pixels, and this is wipe out for
One enemy
Reckoning.
remaining.
They won the initial 4 rounds in this half, but then Lethal swung back and took 8 rounds
Switching
consecutively. The final one going their way in a flawless manner. Excellent comeback from Lethal. All they have to do is continue with this, but now this is going to be the best of both halves. You have Reckoning, double Sentinel on defense, And then you've got Lethal, double duelist, now on attack.
You want to talk about what exactly is happening to the members of Reckoning? Yeah, I understand. They're running a double sentinel composition, much more stronger on the defensive side. But Reckoning, from their track record, from what we've seen on the map of Fracture, this double sentinel composition works better for them on attack. Now, I could be completely wrong for the map of Icebox. I've seen highlights coming in from Reckoning on this particular map where Deadly 10 has gone ham on everyone. But again and again, we are always put into that one small, let's say, position as casters where we make the analysis, but nothing really seems to go in our favor. In the last map, we believe that, hey, it's Lethal's map pick. There's no way Lethal loses out here because of the amount of experience that they have playing this map. But we were proven wrong with Reckoning doing their homework. But here, seems so Lethal, they're just hitting way more of their shots. And for Reckoning, they're getting completely caught off guard by the level of aggression that Lethal are employing to try and catch them off guard here.
Truly, I mean, just the fact that Lethal, making it work, really good stuff. Now though, Reckoning, it's yeah, like we talked about, it's time to buckle up, and exactly what to do. It's to focus on the defense. It's to make sure that all the utility goes in exactly where it's intended, and they can somehow try and halt the attackers, and they can somehow try and change any plans Lethal may be taking, because the one advantage Lethal have is, yet again, brute forcing their way in because of the double dive that's present. You've got Jet and you've got the Rays. They can push into a bomb site whenever it's necessary. They can get those frags, and then they can let the support players move in, plant the spike, play the post plant, and whatnot. Reckoning need to find a way to hold up that initial line of defense, buy enough time for the reinforcements to be there before the spike goes down, and then of course go for the retake once it does anyways. But that's so much more easier said than done. Reckoning, putting it into practicality is going to be difficult, but it's not out of contention. Just like Fracture wasn't out of contention, neither is Icebox. This is their map pick, and they can still try and fight for the win.
On the other side. Oh, baby. This is going to be a pretty big one if he hits it. But no, he misses out on both very important taps to find the frags that he wants. And with this is going to give so much more space over from the other side. Misses from either end, but Deadly's going to be able to find one more refrag. Good chunks of damage coming in from the Killjoy. And with this level of damage, Rio, he's in shock dart range. One more shock dart. That's going to be a hit, but Lucy over from the side takes out Bad Love. Mid control already being given away, but another refract coming in from Pixels in 3, 2, 1.
Standing.
Solid pistol. Yet again, it works in favor of Lethal Esports. And once more, the pistol now going with the attackers means the anti-eco shall go their way as well. So basically, very soon, Lethal will be reaching double digits. Reckoning, problem. They say is now brewing so many problems for their side. How do they deal with exactly what has just happened? How do they deal with what to do now? Considering Lethal are looking oh so good, and their executors work. So for the time being, it's going to be a weaker by the side of the defense. They've got the and Lucia with the spike has to go towards the A-bomb side, but the attackers realize there's no one here. They catch the defenders out of position. Deadly will be good for one, but that's all Reckoning find as of now.
Good shots coming in from either end, though. Look at Rio. He's trying to make this a little bit of a contest here from both ends. And the defenders, they have an opportunity to maybe turn things around from here on out.
Player standing.
Maybe spoke a little bit too soon. Oh, Sensei. Game sets on point. This guy just knows. He lost his. I feel bad for him.
Wait, for Sensei?
Yeah, He dropped his gun thinking he had enough time to pick up the Spectre, but he dropped his
Ah.
Marshall and now he doesn't even have a Marshall.
Oh, that's unfortunate. But, well, anyways, yet again, Reckoning Esports. It was a better try on this side than it was on their pistol. I mean, yeah, now that they had the pistols against the Spectres, the Phantom, and the Marshall, it still worked better. But it's a round nonetheless for the side of Lethal Esports. Double digits already being posted up on board for
We've seen this
RGE.
before.
Yeah. Reckoning have made that comeback previously. Now it's going to be, I mean, for the timing, it seems it's going to be difficult because now Lethal are not making as many mistakes as we saw in Fracture. Lethal are not getting complacent with the way they were playing. But we said that on Fracture as well. We said Lethal were precise, they were playing by the books, and then we saw what happened. So opportunity there for Rec, but they'll have to do a lot now.
Need way more to work with here. Reckoning, their backs are against the wall for this particular mine business. They have that safety net of the third map, and of course, it being bind means that they will have a lot more comfortability on it. But to end a set on a 2-0, you can send a message to every other team in your group that we took down Lethal. One of the favorites, I would say, for the entirety of their group. But for them, you gotta take the shots, man, and you gotta make it happen. And Pixels, okay, good for the contestant. Takes down the superstar, and Marzel taking a back seat here will make the members of Lethal sweat just a little bit, not much.
Yeah, Lethal will be sweating a little bit on how to exactly deal with this retake, but they're holding their angles, they're maintaining their grounds. Let's have a look at what Reckoning have to offer. Toxic screen goes up. Pixels, does he go for that? Yeah, so a recon ball. Look at the reveal on every single attacker that's out there near the bomb site, but the attackers are still swinging forward. Lucia, Cybele, they get kills. It's all down to Pixels. He'll be eliminated by the Sova. And yet again, it's Lethal Esports now with their 11th. They want to close out the map of Icebox. They want this best of 3 to go to Bind. And with how they're playing, there is no doubt in anyone's mind it's going that way.
Confidence just dropped, it seems, from the members of Reckoning. Normally, they're always pushing out of smokes. They're taking fights in places that they really shouldn't be at. But here, they just are taking such a passive approach that Reckoning, it doesn't even feel like them at all.
Alright, so yet again, it's going to be a proper B-side take from Lethal. Marzel towards Snowman, eliminated by Rio. Beautiful shot with the Sheriff, and the Sheriff will have to do a lot more of that work. Android also gets dispatched. So Reckoning are in the fight, and Harsh is doing a lot of damage. But now Harsh is the only one who can deal some damage. Rio goes and Sensei picks up a triple kill for this Jet. And Lethal Esports now 12-4. They have won 12 rounds consecutively.
Why are they doing this? 12 consecutive round wins, CCV? It's close to impossible. You have to slip up at one point. But they're not showing any cracks, and even if there's a crack, somehow in some way someone's able to get a clutch. The individual levels of play coming in from the members of Lethal is just absolutely incredible to watch. But Hirsch, okay, maybe he's gonna come alive here right now. Pixels nearly got sent back to Jesus, but he lives through it. Has the heal to put him back up to full HP, and Sensei is looking for those last couple of frags that he wants. Movement God himself, man. Sensei, he's been an absolute demon, and Marzel, he gets caught out over behind the wall, but he's pretty safe. No one's gonna push him here. His teammates are all over the site. Pixel, he needs to find the timing, and he does find the frag. That's just one. He needs way more to even try and find the contestation. Marzel survives through it. And with only 60 HP, he's in a pretty low spot, but regardless, this double keyless composition seems to be their saving grace out here.
Truly does. Sensei, though, goes off the board, and this may be the first round after a long time. We're reckoning entering back into it. Marcel falls, and Lethal Esports, they take a round loss after 12 consecutive round wins. Reckoning Esports not out of it, technically not out of it, but they need to win 7 rounds without losing even a single one of them. Now, if they want to push us into overtime, because already again, Lethal Esports overtime is confirmed for this round. So keeping that in mind, I have to say, yeah, Lethal need to close this out as soon as possible. They can't waste any time. Marcel on the tour de force now. Android will bring out the showstopper. It's going to be a very interesting round. Let's see what they'll be able to do. Viper Spit goes through. Android towards Sniper's Nest. He's into the bomb side. The showstopper misses. Android falls. Cybele also gone. What's happening to Lethal right now?
Marcel found a shot! Marcel's just incredible, dude, when it comes down to his mechanical skill. Actually got that kill over on the Pixels, Deadly 10. Refrag for him. Reading him like an open book, but is it a little bit too late, though, is the real question. Because Lethal, they have a massive buffer on their side. Maybe they lose here. That's gonna be pretty bad, but it's completely fine at Daddy. Nothing to really worry about here. Marcel still has the timing, still has the angle, but no, Deadly's just way faster. Trigger pulls it and sends it back down to hell. 12 and 6. And the members of Reckoning are out here to play for certain.
For now, still, Lethal Esports, they've got 6 rounds to work with. Reckoning Esports, you know, I mean, they're looking good, but then again, for RGE, every single round economically, cannot comment on them because every single round is do or die. You buy everything you can afford, because if you lose, well, it's all over. Doesn't matter anyways. So no point in saving for their side. Go for whatever is needed. What they have to go for are round wins. And again, with Rio on the Hunter's Fury and Deadly 10 with the operator, it means all the much more for the side of RGE. Yet again, look at this round. 4 versus 2 now. Lethal, Marcel all alone in the A bomb side. He's going to wait for the rotation from Cybele. And Cybele, Marcel, they pick up a couple of kills. Wait, what just happened?
Marcel
5
just
seconds.
got a free double kill.
Yeah.
That's a bit more unexpected than what we were really hoping to see, but sure, I guess Deadly still in contention, has the daggers in hand. So just through the Blaze Storm, he can easily shut down both of these players. They're below 50 HP. 1 dagger to the chest is all that he requires. Timing is crucial, and look at Marcel. He's all the way in the back. Here comes the Hunter's Fury to try and take the fight. Doesn't find the tag that he wants, but still, Deadly, he has no idea Marcel's on this contestation. Cybele is going to be the one to shut it down, though, instead. And Lethal, they take this round out of absolutely nowhere. Marcel had no business taking this one.
Exactly. Yep.
He just casually peeked out of the rafters area and just got 2 kills. The guy did a wide swing and just shut down 2 players.
That was that. What can you say? The side of Lethal Esports, they win out on Icebox, and it's the
age-old
classic
Valorant curse.
Valorant. Exactly. It's going to be lose out. It's not a curse. Hey, you lose out.
It is a
your
curse.
own map
You accepted
choice.
it. You said it.
You win your oppositions, but now for both of these teams, I get to say my favorite line. This best of 3 has effectively now turned into a glorified best of 1. Bind is all that separates one team from taking the win and the other from losing out. Who's it going to be? We don't know. What we do know is what exactly took place on the map of Icebox. As we have a look at the highlights, we see right from the get-go how all of this started. We see right from the get-go exactly what allowed the members of Lethal to, get such a dominating win after them getting, really getting trembled their way through those initial couple of rounds where Reckoning were looking unstoppable. Lethal came back swinging, and boy, oh boy, did they have no stoppage whatsoever.
Absolutely untouchable in the way that they were playing as well. So many of these rounds really just came down to the wire over and over again. We saw Lethal just completely turn things around. This is where it all began. So many beautiful frags came in, but again, nothing could stop the train that was Lethal Esports. The way that you would put it, they were like Delhi Metro. But on this end, I have no idea what happened to Lethal here. Marzel, yeah, he's Mr. Consistent. He's hitting all the shots, but Lucia, Sensei, Cybel, every single one of them started to come alive when they needed to. Map control established to the point of no return. And the members of Reckoning, they were just all forced down into one singular position. And it feels as though both teams, they did their homework perfectly. They expected every single play and they were able to utilize their opponent's strategies against them. And Reckoning, they had no idea how to get down.
Yeah, this time Reckoning just not completely there with the improvisational plays like exactly what we saw on Fracture. Lethal Esports, they were looking really good. Icebox is their home ground. And exactly what we saw, from Reckoning, telling them that, okay, even if Reckoning have Fracture as their least played map with the exception of Pearl, they can still defeat Lethal right there. Same goes for Lethal. Doesn't matter how many times they play Icebox, they can take down Reckoning right here. So now everything falls onto the final map. And I want to see something special from both these rosters. Already, these rosters, they're no strangers to pulling out off meta yet still prevalent kind of compositions. We just saw the double sentinel with the Killjoy. We saw the double duelist back in action as well with the two dive agents. But Lethal and Reckoning, they need to make it work once more. Buying that said, one map, forget about the past, forget about the score, the 13-11, the 13-6, you win, you lose, whatever your performances have been, you now have to focus on the final map. You now have to make sure that it gets a whole lot better for your side. And as we have a look at the scorecard powered by VLR as well, you can see stunning performances on the side of Lethal Esports. Sensei having a far, far better day than he was on the map of Fracture. I mean, back then, we were discussing this as well. He had a moderate enough performance, like good enough. Marzel was really the person who stepped up. But this time, the responsibility was put on the Jet again. And no doubt, both the Jets delivered within their own regards.
Yeah, but Sensei and his movement, man. The guy wasn't even playing on an operator. He was on a goddamn rifle and he was shutting players down without any hesitation. Marzel also on the other end, on that chamber, utilizing the space that he creates, the operator coming in clutch to hold down a site. He was just incredible to watch. I have no words. The members of Lethal, every single critique that I had for them on the map of Fracture was taken to heart and they were able to improve it. That is what I would love to see. This is the Lethal that we know and love. This is the Lethal that showcased their mechanical prowess and also their adaptability and their strategic play to the best of its own capabilities. But this is just a map of Icebox. As we head on down over into a bind, arguably one of the much more stronger maps and the most historic maps for Reckoning, where they had pulled out a Euro and even gotten incredible plays out of that as well. I gotta love it when you see it, but are we gonna see the Euro? We never really know just yet, because hey, we got to set up map number 3 for you guys back at home. Make sure to check out all the links down below in the description. Also get yourself a LAN ticket by checking out the pinned comment and also checking out the links down below. We'll have a QR code link as well, so that you can scan and get yourself the ticket a lot easier. But for now, we're going to be heading on down over into a short little break and give a couple of words from our sponsor before we go. Bye-bye.
the legends of memory and storage. Crucial brings you the ultimate performance in gaming. Legendary products. Precision engineered. For speed and stability. Crucial ballistics. from the legends of memory and storage. Crucial brings you the ultimate performance in gaming. Legendary products. Precision engineered. For speed and stability. Crucial ballistics.
Welcome back, everyone. You're watching AMD Ryzen and Windows 11 present the Esports Club Challenger Series 4 Valorant, powered by Crucial, alongside our broadcast partner, Loco. I'm CCV, joined alongside Aggressive, and we are bringing you the second match day of the group stages. We have the 8 best teams in South Asia competing to get a spot in the LAN event taking place next month. And right now, we have the best of 3 going on, a closely contested best of 3 between Lethal and Reckoning Esports. Both of the teams now equalized 1-1. The decider map will be upon us very, very soon, and it's going to be the map of Bind.
Honestly, after that second game, Lethal, they're back in the driving seat. And I don't think they're going to stop that car anytime soon. They're looking for the finish line, and that finish line is all the way at the land. But they got to make a pit stop first. And this pit stop will be on the Moroccan map of Bind. Now, looking back at the statistics, Lethal, they're very good on this map. Don't get me wrong here, but Reckoning, they have a level of comfort on this particular map that no other team has up to this day. They can easily take control over any avenue you give them. Pixels is like a demon on this map, and I have not really seen him play in anything out of an outstanding performance on this particular instance. He doesn't miss his shots. And when you have something this incredible on your team to work with, and when you have that anchor that is pretty much unbreakable, it's impossible for you to just lose out in any way, shape, or form. But I'm not going to hype this up a little bit too much. The more I've done this, the more Reckoning seems to lose, and the more Lethal seems to hate me on the other end. Because for some reason, when I was hyping up Lethal, they lost on the map of Fracture. When I started hyping up Reckoning, they lost on the map of Icebox. But I'm just going to take a backseat and I'm going to let CCP do everything here. I'm just going to be the neutral boy sitting in the middle. Well, I gave my analytical perspective, but that's it. No prediction. Not on this one.
Oh, trust me, for the predictions, it's always a dicey one. I still remember we had the Pro Series here at the Esports Club just a week ago, so not for Valorant, on the Esports title. I went for a very unorthodox way. I went for the coin toss prediction. Almost was correct. But hey, it made everyone laugh, I guess is what I'm trying to say. But anyways, it was also quite fun. So tons of Twitter interactions. But anyways, for predictions on the map of Bind, honestly, I'm in the same boat with you, Agi. I do not know which team is going to win, not because there's any rational decision, or I can't reach a rational conclusion. It's because there's so many variables in the current structure and in the current way this best of 3 is going, that I myself don't have a major idea who's going to take the win. On one hand, we know Lethal, they've defeated numerous amounts of top tier teams in the region. But on the other, we know Reckoning are not going to back down. Definitely not after the loss they suffered on Icebox, and especially after the win they had on Fracture. So keeping that in mind, all the cards now on the table. Keeping that in mind, everything is up for grabs. And the only thing we can talk about is now, before we jump into the agent selection as well, is it's about the compositions. It's about exactly what we can expect from these players. And from Lethal, we've seen plenty of different things. We've seen these guys bring out triple initiator. We have seen double duelist, double initiator as well. Point being, Lethal don't really like that chamber. They don't really bring any sentinel here. No, Killjoy Cypher, their ancient history. Very, very rare. In very, very rare cases are you going to find the KJ being present or the Cypher being there. Even if a sentinel is present, it's going to be what happened.
That's not what I saw, right? Okay, you
What
didn't
did you
see it,
see?
but I'm not gonna say anything. Let's just say a
Okay.
prediction that I made it actually came true.
Okay. With regards to what?
An agent selection.
Oh, okay. We'll see the agent selection very, very quickly. We'll see what happens. But yeah, okay. It's a very surprise
Let's
prediction you
just
have.
say you're gonna be quite happy with this one.
Well, my favorite agent selection is 5 rays, 5 rays. It's a game of replication, so I don't think that's possible. But Aggie, take us through what you saw and take us through the agent selection taking place right now. Okay.
You can see what I wanted to show.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like the idea of the Jet Euro. If it was a Euro and a race, then yeah, I'm all for it. But Jet Euro is not something that I would like. Not in this sense. The more chaos you create, the better the Euro is gonna play. But the Jet, not really a person that creates a lot of chaos there, is she? But am I excited to see the Euro? That's absurd. Lethal, the wackiest of compositions, they're making it work. And ladies and gentlemen, as we head on down over to the map of Bind, this game will be one for the books. If the Euro wins here, honestly, I think this will be the first ever team in South Asia that won a map with the Euro on their team.
We have we may have seen a Euro pick before. A win, I'm not sure, but
No, not a win. That's the thing. They would be the first team to
okay, yeah,
win
yeah,
with
yeah,
the
yeah,
Euro.
yeah. Yeah. Fair enough, fair enough. Yeah, definitely from Lethal. They've taken a gamble. Reckoning as well. Going to go for that, double initiator, but bringing that Sentinel on board. Bad luck on the chamber. Okay, I'm intrigued to see exactly what happens. I mean, the only constants we have really are the initiators, and then you've got the controller as well. Brimstone going to be out there, so it's really nice to see Brimstone, the old man. He's been getting more and more and more and more of these of the pick rate when it comes to just recent meta. We see it on Fracture, on Bind as well. Even a couple of the teams, they try and bring it out on a map like Ascend, although it's still rare. It's still dependent on the teams. But yeah, it's good to see Brimstone being played. But yeah, he's going to be a staple. He has been a staple for a while. As for the exact matchup in front of us, Lethal Esports and Reckoning, both of the teams, a lot of pressure on their shoulders. How exactly do they make the compositions work? Because for Lethal, the thing is that they're double duelist as well. These two duelists, they don't always, or they can't always do the best job of slowing down and execution on defense. Like, think of, okay, senses the Jet. Yeah, he can, be posted up really upfront towards the attackers, and then he can dash back. Android, he can TP away. But the sheer explosiveness a Raze brings to the table with the boombot, with the paint shells, and the delaying capabilities that are present as well mean that it's so much more easier. So I have to agree with you. Raze could have been more useful, but Sensei has gone for the choice of Jet, and it's going to be very interesting seeing exactly how it works out later on, as very, very soon we will be jumping into the game indeed.
Players, they're having a little bit of a technical difficulty. We're trying to sort everything out before we jump straight on in. And hey, on the map of Bind, a game of Euro. Honestly, I have no idea what to expect. My
Same.
analyst brain has just been thrown out of the window, and I'm just here with you guys in the audience pretty much. Just hyping you guys through and walking you through whatever strategy they're going to be going in for. I want to see them utilize this Euro and showcase to us all how strong this character can be when played in the hands of a professional.
Okay. Well, definitely puts up a lot of that responsibility now on Android to do that. If, again, as the Euro, he will have a lot to achieve. So right now, it's still defense for Lethal Esports, and this is what I'm thinking about. Is that exactly how do they deal with having the Jet and Euro on their defense? Are they just looking for gunfights? Because later, once utility starts to be a bigger factor, especially in a very close quarter combat map, like Bind, it's going to be a bit difficult. But right now, Android, just like the Yoru, off guard kill on towards Bad Love. Really not expecting that. That's the initial frag of the map. Marzel is going to be the second person to go off the board, and Reckoning ready themselves up for a B take.
One enemy remaining.
Oh,
Spike down.
wow. Okay, Lucia. 2K with the same magazine. He's got the support of Android and the frenzies. Boy, oh boy. They rip everyone to shreds right here. Lethal Esports, they win out the pistol.
That hit was a little bit questionable coming in from Reckoning though. Again, Android, I love the setup that he was going for. He placed the gate crash over towards the back end of spawn, and it was sent over to B. He made the push all the way from the other side onto Showers, got the kill on the Showers player, immediately TP'd back and gave enough support to his teammates over onto the B side. This is why Euro is so powerful. This is why Chamber is also one of the strongest pickups on the map of Vine. That level of rotation that you do have allows you to double stack, triple stack on towards the side and easily have that rotation from one side to the other. And Lethal, they're playing around with that. Especially on the pistol rounds, this just adds so much value in comparison to any other. Now that Android has given them a taste of what he's going to do, I really want to know exactly how Reckoning are going to try to play around it. They haven't really scrimmed against a Euro as often, so you never really know. They could be in for a pretty hefty contestation if they're not careful.
Reckoning will have to definitely change their strategies on attack, trying to deal with this Yoru, and especially on defense as well. But for the time being, I mean, from the attacking side, it's going to be a full-on eco. Classics going to be hoarding this B bomb side, and Lucia is prepared to take all of them head on. The Spectre on towards B long. Android holds a very close angle. And Bad Love is also posted up on those boxes, but he still hasn't found any player. Android sees the breach up close and personal, guns him down. That's the Spectre with the first. And the Prowler also reveals the location of many of these attackers in Hookah. Reckoning need to brute force their way in, and the Smolly isn't going to make their life a whole lot easier. But Lucia shies away from it at the final second.
Smoke's down.
Find this one, and one by one, the Spectre. It's just going to be an absolute
One
down.
enemy remaining.
Bad Love stuck in an impossible situation. Can't even jump down to try and help his teammates. The
30
Headhunter
seconds
may be
left.
good for the first kill, but I don't think he's going to get much. Okay. Sensei. Maybe a bit too overzealous there at Bad Love. Just trying to do a little bit of damage control at this point. He's probably going to get caught, and Marcel, maybe a knife. Nope. He's going to show the respect to an L. The members of Lethal. They take a
Through.
very simple round for their end. This equal round for Reckoning just fell flat on its face.
Yeah, Reckoning were all just surrounded when they were in Hookah, and there was no escape from that. They couldn't fall back because that would mean that, you know, they're giving up the map control, and Lethal would be more prepared for wherever they go for the next execute. They couldn't move forward because it wasn't under the right circumstances. Still, they chose the latter option. They chose to go into the B bomb side. Didn't really go their way. It is going to be the side of Lethal now on their bonus. And Sensei, oh, the concussion hits him, and he drops to the floor. Reckoning, they're still back into it. They still want to deal that damage, and Marzel, he's eyeing that weapon in front of him. But before that, the Prowler still alerts the fact that there are members outside of A Showers. You gotta be careful, and it's a constant back and forth that's taking place. The concussion, and Marzel swings just at the correct time. Beautiful teamwork. Rio all alone now in Showers. Can he take up a duel? He does, but he backs off.
That would have been so much better for them, but this fake teleport is going to give away a little bit of noise there. But no, Android! He does find the first, but Hirsch! That was a miss that shouldn't have really happened for him at all. That's going to be another catch though. Marcel, he has an operator in his hand, but does he have the timing to go in for the kill?
Yes, he didn't. Yes, he
He got
did.
an
Now,
operator. on the third round.
Mhm. I mean, Sensei did. The aim was picked up. But yeah, it was a very, very risky play. Now Pixel Splash, Lucia, he swings, he gets two, Rio all alone. There's the orbital strike inside of Hooker. Rio has to back off, and there's no way he can move on forward. The spike is going to be stuck, and it is going to be a bonus round win for the side of Lethal Esports. Again, the teamwork really works, and the unity is present from these defenders, but the operator goes back. This time in the hands of the attackers, the opposition.
I'm just pleasantly surprised to see exactly how the members of Reckoning are being shut down here.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry for the long pause at the moment. I'm trying to process exactly what Reckoning are trying to employ on a couple of these rounds. They're expecting to get them the early advantage. That's completely fine, but they're starting to play over-aggressive as well by placing themselves inside of smokes, knowing the level of utility usage that could be coming in from that, but Deadly, okay. Fade away shot. Android's gonna be feeling that one for a little while there. Good play, good kills. And now, in a 4 versus 5 situation, they're looking to get even more done.
Marzel making this unnecessary play right now. He's got the support of Lucia, and Lucia will be good for one. And Lucia gets a double, but still, Lethal Esports, they went for a play when it wasn't needed. Now Cybele though, inside of the bomb side, off-angle play. It still isn't enough to give the advantage or to equalize the score when it comes to the side of the defense. Sensei will have to make a play by himself against these two final attackers. And yeah, the ops are ready in the hands of Deadly.
Oh wait, no.
Oh, sorry. But it looked like I swear, it looked like the op through that like cutout and the, you know, lines that you see as observers. But I could
Normally
be wrong.
that's an
I do
angle
have
you
bad
hold
eyesight.
with an operator, and
Also that, yeah, I know. So, my bad, I guess.
yeah, it's okay. Even I made that same mistake. I should have checked it out properly, but hey, doesn't matter. In the hands of Deadly, even if Vandal's an operator. The one-tap potential that guy has due to his mechanical skill, it's always a treat to watch. And Deadly is in the score charts for his team. 4-3. Not really the best of starts, but I think he's going to pick it up soon enough. He is the superstar for his squad after all. But Cybele trying to maybe cause a bit of damage from his own end. Playing it smart and playing it slow. Cybele gets ample amounts of information about where the attackers could be playing from. And with this boombot, pretty much the Raze being here gives them the green light that, hey, this is an A-side take, and they have a 4-man stack over onto the A. This is perfect for them.
Right, well, right now it is going to be an A-side execution. Here we have Harsh ready with the rolling thunder. There are so many defenders in the bomb side, all of them concussed. Sensei is the first one to fall. Deadly. Oh, he's looking for something and he finds Android and another. So, Lucia for the timing is the only one who can go for a little bit of retaliation. He's still towards the corner of this bomb site. He now has the support of Marzel. But these defenders infiltrating towards attacker territory is going to be so much more difficult. Now more than ever, Deadly 10 is firing off and there is no stop to this Raze.
Lucia, he's going to be able to crouch down from the angle and actually survive that play. Lucia, though, over from the other end, is going to need to slow walk his way up. Has the orbital strike ready, but I don't think he's going to be any wiser.
Not looking.
And his Pierce, but he doesn't clear the angle properly. And Deadly with the 4K shuts it all down. And remember what I said? Just give him one more round. Just one more round to heat himself back up. The man went from having 4 with another 4K to have an 8. He's just gonna keep on building. Deadly's out here to play. And the game he's playing sends time and space. And the level of strategy that Lethal are trying to employ. Reckoning, they're back in contention to take this map away. 3-2. And with this eco coming in from Lethal, should add another one to tally. Oh, okay. Good night, goodbye. I'm done.
Gone here.
Wait, there's someone to the left. Oh, Android gives his position away and he's eliminated. Reckoning are swinging back into this match. Kill after
I'm
kill after
done.
kill. Alright, from Lethal, it's a weaker buy nonetheless, but this is about
Look
to be
at
a
this guy.
flawless round win. There's no stop to Deadly 10. He's on the race, he is ready, and he is in the zone.
Dude, that crosshair placement was perfect. You can't get better crosshair placement than that. Lucia's gonna be able to catch out Bad Love, but that's it.
Spike planted.
That's the one frag that he got, but anything more than that is close to impossible. Deadly looking for one more, possibly another crosshair placement supreme, and then the adjustment perfect as well. Deadly. That's gonna send a message in Marcel. He's never gonna ego peek an angle again for at least a couple of days after that shot.
One enemy remaining.
One taps, and yeah, like you said, the crosshair placement pristine. Look at those headshots, 11 and 3. Ooh. Now, the score though, however, overall is equalized 3-3. Favors no team just yet. This is for the lead. This is for a major advantage against each other. And Reckoning are looking like they want to get there. Deadly, and this time is shut down by Android. Both the players wide swinging, taking a very vulnerable peak all alone with not a major chance of, retreats taking place. And it's going to be Android who secures the opening kill. So brilliant find now. RG are definitely going to be under a lot more pressure given that their top fragger is gone, given that the Raze, the entry fragger is out of the equation, but they still have to fight their way.
Bring them down.
Especially with the Nightmare coming in. Pixels again. Look at his plays. As soon as he's on the Brimstone, he feels like a completely different beast. The orbital strikes have not missed a single beat here in so many different forms. But with this Nightmare, they have slowed down the attackers by a hefty margin. Yes, man advantage has been nullified from both ends, but the defenders are still in a pretty tough spot. 2 to 4 comes at the hands of Bad Love to maybe find that first initial frag, but the Euro Ultimate is going to cause some issues here. That's going to give away ample amounts of information, but where's the gate crash though is the real question. Android, he is the living meeting. Sova drone and nearly died out because of it. He needs to be very careful about this play, but he's still swinging. What? With no business doing so on Marcel, he's already gonna be caught out by one more from the sides. Surviving at the edge of defeat. Rio, if he dies here, then Bad Love, he's just good as gone. Rio, you need to hit the shot, and he's gonna be able to. And Bad Love's gonna be able to take out Sensei. 3 and 4. Reckoning? I think that this is the Reckoning that we were missing for the map of Icebox.
Reckoning are back into it. You can never count Lethal out, but for the time being, RG hold all the advantage. And yet again, it's momentum aggressive. We talked about this on Icebox as well. I mean, we saw the likes of Lethal get 12 rounds consecutively after losing 4 initially on that very map. They eventually were able to secure it 13-6. Now, 0-3. Now it's a 4-3. Reckoning, they are not going to be stopped, but Lethal, they want to go for their own plays. They want to have and exhibit their own tactics and strategies to put an end and to, as early as possible, put an end to exactly what Reckoning have been doing for the past couple of rounds. But this round definitely won't change the course of the game a lot. Lethal Esports weaker buy from their side. Sensei will opt for the Blade Storm. He checks all the corners. The Prowler clears out towards showers for him. And Bad Love.
Give me those.
Oh, beautiful, beautiful shot.
Let's say precise when it comes down to his damage. With surgical precision, he's going to be able to shut down the first initial player. Saiba on the other end, though, he's going to try to deter this aggressive push coming in from B-Long. That's smart from him. Slowed it down so the Sky Smokes can take away that space. But decoy for Lethal, what's the real plan here? Android has a gun for himself and use the gate crash to get his way back in towards the side, but that's pretty much it. They need more. But the real question is it going to be enough? Because Deadly has the showstopper flying up straight through the sky, possibly the first frag, but no, he doesn't get anything. And Lethal, they take this round. There's absolutely no way that Reckoning make a turnaround from this. unless Hirsch pulls off a miracle and gets like a 3K out of this.
And Marzel
30
goes to that
seconds
TP
left.
play, goes into the A bomb side, but he's all alone. Hirsch will have to do something to divert the attention. Marzel will get surrounded very soon. There's the fade from A shot. Marzel, does he TP again? Safely, wait! What?
Wait, what? Hello? Confused,
sorry.
Unga Punga!
One enemy remaining. 10
Yeah,
seconds
I
left.
don't know what happened. I
Spike down
believe
B.
I may have missed Marzel and Rio just yet, but I'm pretty sure Rio saw the other fade. And yeah, now the round is over. There's a big confusion from, I think, the players' end, from everyone's end to an extent. And yeah, it goes the way of Lethal, but in a very, very unorthodox way.
Marzel had his back turned.
And Ryu, I mean, I guess then Ryu wouldn't have shot him as well because, I mean, yeah, he was going for the TP play, but it was it was a, yeah, it was something.
You
It
know,
was something.
just cue the Dragon Ball Z Super Ultra Instinct.
Don't watch Dragon Ball Z, but anyway. What I do want to see is Android getting more kills than he does. Bad Love misses the first shot, and he won't get a second try. It's going to be the Fade capitalizing on the mistakes of that chamber, and Lethal Esports will now. It's looking like LE are back into it with the momentum that they've garnered over the past couple of rounds.
One enemy
Frag
remaining.
after frag though, and god damn, oh, they're absolutely gorgeous when it comes down to those. 5 and 4. Pretty well done when it comes down to the contention though, we'll have to say about that. But with the pause coming in, I think that the coach, yeah, he's gonna need to give them a pep talk here. Reckoning, they're spreading themselves out way too thin.
Enemy remaining.
And again, what are they known for? Their trades. And if Reckoning start to split themselves up too much and not play to their strengths, that's when they're gonna start breaking down.
Mm-hmm. You can see that right now. I mean, you know, having a good battle of Harsh Pixels, everyone quite, so definitely has to be Mahogany doing most of the talking right now and telling the players exactly what has been happening for the past couple of rounds. Even Deadly is quiet, as we can see him in from the point of view of Harsh. So yeah, everyone's listening. Everyone is taking in the feedback after what has happened for the past couple of rounds. Reckoning, they still don't want to be out of it, and that's the thing about both these teams, is that you never know who's going to strike, and you never know when they're going to strike as well, because RGE did after losing 3 rounds. Then Lethal won again, and the cycle keeps on taking place. It keeps on repeating. So from the side of Lethal Esports, well, they are on the winning streak. Can they keep the half to go their way, as they've tried to do time and time again, both on Fracture and on Icebox?
It's just a bit questionable, I would say, exactly what's really happening for their end, but let's just see what really goes wrong for their side. Sensei, a pretty tough spot, needed to use his tailwind though, and that tailwind is going to be the best thing for them. Again, regaining all the space, and Bad Love doesn't really find the frag. Tailwind's going to be able to get himself out, and with the gymnastic tactics, he does survive, and Marzel is going to be the casualty for it. A 1-for-1 trade from either end. Sensei looking for one more frag, trying to brute force their way in towards the side. That's a bit of a surprise, but still, maybe they take it. Sensei double trying to go in for the triple. It doesn't really happen for them at all now, does it? Lethal slowing it down once more. Android heading on over towards the back.
Teleport.
Gate crash over from the side. Doesn't really get much value out of it, but regardless, doesn't really matter. He needs to wait over onto his corner and just chill and expect his opposition to just play around him. He's in the
30
best
seconds
angle to
left.
get 2 multi-kills at the bare minimum. But will it be an easy one? Not exactly if they read into his strategy. And Deadly, he's still very much alive when the superstar is there. They're going to be out here to play. He gets the information and dips out immediate. That's perfect, because now he can play retake with his team.
10 seconds left.
It's going to be a
Spike
flash from
planted.
Android.
One enemy
1
remaining.
kill, traded out. Deadly. 1 versus 2. Clutch situation. Satchels and the pain shells to work with. Throws the ladder out towards the boxes. Good positioning. How does he escape? Tries to sell the fake. Isolates one gunfight. And no! Oh, unfortunate for him. Cannot get the other. Lucia gets the better end of that trade. It's going to be Lethal Esports now getting their 6th almost. Was looking like to be an excellent play from the side of Deadly. But sadly, it just couldn't be.
I'm absolutely speechless. That round just completely caught me off guard. Again and again, we're seeing the utility usage coming in from Lethal that's pushing them over the edge here. Android is on a 9-6 scoreline. The guy's getting away with a lot more than he should, and he's possibly going to get away with more if Deadly doesn't shut him down. Sensei from the sidelines, though, does cause a bit of damage. And Deadly, he's going to have a little bit of a bullet wound, but he just got to sink his teeth down and survive. Marcel shutting down Bad Love this early on makes his lurk potential even better from the sidelines. Sensei is getting toyed with a little bit here, but look at the way that he's playing around. He's constantly switching his position over and over again, changing his elevation levels as well. So they just have to keep on guessing where he could come from, because for now, there's no way they can bring him down a couple of notches yet. Not today, but Hirsch. What a tap over to the face at Deadly. He's just getting more. He gets a revenge kill that he wants. And with the side take heading over to the other end, just have to wait and see how Lucia plays this one out. A 1 versus 3, not an easy feat for him.
Yeah, he got baited by that TP play. And to be fair, Deadly, he almost was trying to stick that. But now, he can easily push forward. Yeah, he can easily push on forward into the side. Orbital strike. One tick on Deadly and he's gone. Lucia doesn't want to use it just yet. Maybe he wants to get a couple of kills. Isolate some of those gunfights before he commits to his ultimate, because this is a dire situation. His position given away. He's looking to fight off against these attackers. He is in decent position, but he needs something to go in his favor. And now Harsh is also holding this close extreme right angle. Does Lucia check it? No, he doesn't. And that's going to be the triple kill for the breach. Reckoning Esports still not out of it. Final round of the first half to go, and only a single round differentiates these two teams.
Android, though, I think he gave away this round a bit too early. There was no reason for him to play that aggressive. He didn't even use one of his flashes to go in for this play. Normally, this is how the execute goes. You throw a flash over to the left side, you place your decoy forward in front of you so that the decoy pushes in, and behind the decoy, you take yourself and, of course, one of your teammates with you to go in for a double peek even if you die. That's the normal rollout whenever you're playing a Euro competition. Don't tell me how I know this. Don't ask me, sorry, how I know this, because my duo partner is a Euro main and we always do it. Nothing's working. It seems as though the Euro is there for a lot more of the solo plays, and Android is not really utilizing his teammates as much as he should. And Reckoning, they're constantly using that to their advantage.
One enemy remaining.
Nice shot. Deadly, this is his game to play, and oh god! This isn't Deadly anymore. He's been possessed by a demon. This demon's got a PhD in Valorant.
I think being a demon already classifies just being very good at killing people. Or, well, does it? I mean, I'm getting very much off topic, but not necessarily a demon would classify being or like looking for violence. I guess kind of, because ghosts are spirits, as far as I know. I don't believe in any of it, but demons are unnatural, against the will of God, those kind of things. But anyways, the only demons that are there are in Valorant Mumbai Spy Crush servers. So as far as I'm concerned, that's what matters. But my off-topic rant is over. Let's get back to the game at hand. Both of these teams, now the initial half is over, equal, and both of the teams now getting their equal 1 minute of tactical timeout. A lot that needs to be discussed from both of their rosters. A lot that needs to be discussed amongst all 10 of the players because only a single half remains, and then we will see who is going to be the winner of this best of 3. We started more than 3 hours ago now. Or I think when we started the game, it's just been just over 3 hours. So it's been a while since these players have been here. It's been a while since all of us have been here. So keeping that in mind, one half, the players, they've got to do it all.
So we are going to be waiting a little bit here. Make sure to check out all the links down below in the description and get yourself a LAN ticket. It's all free. You can scan the QR code, get it very much simply. There is a pinned comment as well to make things a lot more easier for you. We have set up all of the conveniences. You just have to get yourself that ticket and possibly a train ticket as well if you're not living in Bangalore. 12th, 13th, and 14th. Mark your calendars because this is the biggest gaming event that India will ever see and the first event from the Esports Club for a LAN. And honestly, man, the hype is there and the teams, they're fighting for a spot at that LAN. That's going to happen soon enough.
Absolutely. Think of it this way. The teams have to fight for a spot, but you can be there. I know, given the full context, it's obviously the teams are fighting for something else. But yeah, you can still be there. Irrespective of which teams move on forward, you can still meet your favorite content creators and players from all over South Asia. So right now, we are watching our favorite players play live in front of us. 6-6. Pistol round resumes. Now it's lethal on the attack. 2 initiators. 2 duelists, no sentinel. So now this should be favoring their side, but Reckoning, they're on defense as well. They can really effectively slow down and execute if it's needed. They've got so much utility to enable that. You have the Molly, you have the Prowler, you have the Haunt from Fade, you have the Pain Shells, Aftershock Fall. I mean, almost all the utility Reckoning have can be used defensively if used correctly. It's on to Lethal to actually make the first move, and they're still waiting it out, but now it's going to start. Bad love.
No, bad love, please.
Oh. Oh, what's... Oh, no, from Reckoning. No, what just happened? Favor in prime positions. Bad love only got a single one, and now it's a 2 versus 4.
Do you know why I was saying, oh no, immediately when he went in for the trigger control play? You just cannot on a side execute of that caliber. You have 2 sightlines to worry about, and there is no way your mechanical skill... Yeah, of course, it's bad love. He has the mechanical skill to do it, but you're going to feel the pressure to hit those shots. It's just... No, dude. Just fell flat on their face with that one. That one execute's gonna leave a mark. But again, Reckoning, that was a really good try. Bad Love hit those shots. Yeah, that would have changed the tides of the battle that quickly.
Oh,
Good shot.
this time he does. This time, a headshot lands and no trades whatsoever. So, really good stuff. And another! Okay! Bad Love is taking his revenge. This is his redemption arc right now. Can he go for a third? 1 bullet now in that headhunter. Wants to go for it. Back towards the bomb side. Pixel still close for combat. The classic can work miracles. But Pixel has no choice but to back off. We are seeing gunfights taking place all over the map. Lethal Esports, they may not have the man advantage just yet, but they still have to fight their way through. And now the spike goes down onto the B bomb side.
Player standing.
That's so perfect. Bad Love came in the perfect time to catch it all off. And Marcel, he's on very low levels of HP. The possibility of a thrifty round coming into play with just the classic, and Bad Love playing such a beautiful game out here. He's able to fight so much! I think he wasn't expecting 3 players to just buddy hop their way in for hookah. No one's gonna expect that. But the triple P
Spare parts.
just worked perfectly.
It did, and now it's going to be Reckoning Esports who put a major dent into the economy of Lethal after a brilliant round, thanks to exactly what we saw later on. And even, in the early stages, those skills really favoring them means that Reckoning themselves, they can go for a semi-buy. I mean, this is practically a full buy, except for Deadly, on that Spectre. Everyone has got rifles. Lethal Esports now have to suffer the consequences of economic casualty. They have to go through with just frenzies and sheriffs and whatnot and have to launch in execution with that. It's going to be a whole lot more difficult. So let's see what they have in plan. Pixels guns down Sensei. There is a bit of retaliation from Android, who already, wait, how is he in the backlines? Now he's gone. I get that, but Yoru plays. Okay, never comment on Yoru plays. Yoru's always very sneaky.
Teleport's ready.
Not in a good spot for this control. Bad love. Over on the other end though, maybe he's gonna be able to cause a little bit of damage. Ouch. That's a rough one. That's a tough one to be in. And now one by one, they're just gonna keep on dropping. They're not gonna be able to live through this one whatsoever. With this, gonna get caught out, and one by one, they need to maybe find a push up over from the sides. And Hirsch, he does still find the kill over onto Marcel. Very much in contention, but not enough time. Lucia has the orbital strike to retaliate, and a thrifty for a thrifty. Lethal. They're not gonna give anything. Not even the equals.
Lethal used 2 of their ultimates, but again, economically, now this favors Lethal Esports so much, because again, now Reckoning are left without a buy. Never have I ever seen like a pistol round win for a team, then a thrifty loss, then a thrifty win. It's very like rare you see an eco loss, when teams go for that anti-eco buy. But this time it happened not only once but twice. And yet again, now it's Reckoning with their weaker buy, who have to defend against this attacking half. So Rio's the first one to be eliminated. There is still Harsh in the bomb side. He also goes through. And now Lethal Esports, now they have an iron grip over this round. I don't think there's going to be a major way they give this one away. Oh.
They're just in control, and they're getting all the frags. The possibility of a flawless coming into play as well for them. Deadly trying to be in contention, and good shots coming in from him. Discipline's gonna be perfect, and Deadly, he's just been getting so many frags over and over again. He is not skipping a beat out here, and Deadly, good God, man! Take a couple of sips back, let them breathe. They're suffocating under the pressure from Deadly. But Sensei, he's able to raise his head up high and take down the oppressor. 9 and 7. And Deadly, he single-handedly is trying to make every single one of these rounds as expensive as he possibly can. He's getting closer and closer to doing that and possibly getting a win for their end, but the coach now taking a pause. He's gonna need to try and point his team in the right direction. They're close to winning out on so many of these rounds, but they're just not able to cross that finish line.
Yeah, Reckoning, they need something different. Now, with all, the past couple of rounds, they've been plagued by, like I said, the credit economy. I know we just saw 2 thrifty wins, but being on the thrifty definitely puts you at a major disadvantage, and everyone can agree with that, because again, they just can't compare against the side of Vandals and Phantoms, even Spectres and Bulldogs and whatnot. So, and again, this is something very standard, very basic. Doesn't matter what rank a player is, if they're the best player in the world or if they're just starting out, everyone knows that pistols, even though you can launch some interesting plays, it's just not enough compared to when a team has got that full 5-stack brought out, 5 rifles and full armor as well. So keeping that in mind, yeah, definitely for the time being, these past couple of rounds economically have been a little tough to wear out on these teams. But now we're getting back into it. Now we're getting back into some normal buys and some normal, loadouts. And exactly because of that, we already see major trades taking place towards Shah. Lethal Esports 3 alive, 2 alive now. Bad Love dispatches another.
So you're telling me that Deadly just casually ran into the site, and that's pretty much it?
Spike down A.
Deadly went out with a satchel over on the shower, shut down 2 players, and that's all that they needed to take a win?
Yep. Yeah, that's it. That's the round done and dusted. What else is there to talk about? Reckoning Esports. Once more, the tactical timeout works wonders. Whatever is being talked about during these timeouts, it's definitely taking instant effect over these players. It's like I mean, here in India we call it the move, the pain relieving muscle ache thingy. It's like that. It's like Reckoning Esports. They have a muscle pain. Boom! Instantly tactical timeout. It's all relieved. You're back into the action. You're back on the front foot as the midfielder. Anything
Or even
really.
Eno, right? Eno
That's
for
different.
double pain.
I mean, same but different. Alright, let's get back to the round because again, be it anything, it's Reckoning Esports just completely overwhelming the side of Lethal. They're once more holding up with their defense. Orbital strike goes through and bad luck with yet another. I don't know how Lucia died. I don't know where he died from. But that's one more player gone.
This is so oppressive as well. Look at the way that Reckoning are taking control over here. Android over from the other side is trying to take that first bit of an engagement. Doesn't find the timing that he wants, and Deadly spotting on one of the players. That's going to be a pretty hefty hit with Cybel possibly getting a catch. Doesn't really happen with them at all. They already know what to expect, and when they have this level of a game plan in mind, there's not much that you can do to try and live this one through. Lethal, this was equal round coming
30
in from
seconds
them, so
left.
not really the end of the world, but that one rifle really didn't pay its dividends out, did it?
Unfortunately it didn't, yeah. Now Android position given away. Rio wants to take that gunfight. 8 HP for this Yoru, yet he's pushing through.
10 seconds
No
left.
loss, he doesn't care. He evades the Prowler.
Out of charges.
Wow. Okay.
Oh, Rio's probably balled it on that one.
That is true.
That has happened to me so often. The Prowler just does not clear it completely sometimes. But again, look at the scorecard. Just look at the scorecard for Reckoning and tell me what you see.
Everyone sees that. Wait, yeah, the entire other team. I mean, you combine the kills of Bad Love, Harsh, and Rio, then it equals Deadly.
Bring them down.
There's nothing that can stop him. It seems to be the case for him, but now Deadly, he's looking to add more to the tally. But no! Oh wait, no, perfect for him, but no, Sensei's still very much alive. Over from the other end, it's an absolute disaster for both teams. On the Nightmare coming in with the rolling thunder over from the other side. Sensei with a mad dash forward, catches out Bad Love with his pants down. With that kill alone, they can get even more to work with. One of the angles have been given, positions have been found, but Rio, this clutch is not so easy, especially with Cybel holding the perfect crosshair placement. Lethal, they survived this one purely off of Sensei just getting a beautiful play out here. Absolutely incredible shots coming in from Sensei. Look at the level of aggression and the communication coming in from Lethal as well. The timing is perfect, every bit of utility. And Reckoning, they had no idea what hit them.
Yeah, Sensei and Cybel working together, just bringing down the hammer over the members of RGE. And no matter what Reckoning have been trying, the first team to get double digits is still going to be Lethal Esports this round as well. A bit of a weaker buy. They've used up all of their ultimates. Reckoning also only left with the Rolling Thunder, but it can help out in their defenses if used correctly. Speaking of the initial gunfight, Android. Oh, nice flash. Deadly strikes. That's the opener. And once more, the attackers find themselves a man down. 2 men down. Sensei.
Down you go.
Alright. He'll be good for one from showers, but this is the problem for Lethal Esports, that everyone, unfortunately, is dying individually. And Sensei by himself is putting in so much of this work. But now that he's gone, Lucia is stuck all alone without the spike, and yeah, just improper positioning, and everyone on the side of Lethal Esports. Sooner rather than later, they're just going out and they're falling by the wayside.
Just dying out way too often.
Got the spike.
When you're put in a position like this, Lethal,
30 seconds left.
you need to start building up a plan of what you are really doing wrong to be in such a position. I believe as though Lethal, they're giving away too many 1v1 engagements. They're taking space, yes, but as soon as they take the space, they're giving it up so quickly that Reckoning, they've already caught on to that. And because of it, they're
Planted.
giving away free 1v1s. Oh, Lucia. He gave up his position way too early, and Pixels just waited for it. Cool, calm, and collected, man. Pixels doesn't even show any emotion. He's just like, I want to get this over with. I'm tired. Just look at his face. Everyone else is like super dead serious. Bad Love is just being an angry boy over on the background trying to break his control key, but Pixels, he's just like,
Another day in the office, yeah.
yeah.
Well,
No, he has that resting face that you have on a regular basis.
yeah, a lot of people say I have the frown. It's just resting face. I can't help it. But anyways, you know what? If Reckoning do manage to win, hopefully we get a smile out of Pixels. Let's hope optimistically for that. I'm sure all Reckoning fans would like to see that taking place. And for Lethal and for all of their fans, still again not away. This best of 3 has been going on for the past 3 hours, and it's still equal 10-10 on the final map. Lethal ready themselves up for an 8-8, but Pixels deadly. They strike Lucia's orbital strike though. The value it gets in deadly. The Vandal misses. The Sheriff lands.
Planted.
It's still a 2 versus 2 now.
What?
Right here.
Lethal, this is still not done and dusted for them. They need even more from the side. Oh, the spam.
Standing.
That's gonna be Rio getting the first initial catch, possibly putting another one straight in the bag. The timing's already found. The angle's already given. Marcel, he doesn't really have much to work with here. But that's another round in contention. 11th round already being in place here, CCV. You can feel the pressure. You can feel the heat. I'm sweating out here, not just because of Bangladesh being an absolute hot country, but
Same.
I can
Same.
feel the pressure
Also same.
from each and every single one of these players on the server. They're sweating here, not just because they know this win will almost guarantee them maybe just at one point that they would need to head over onto land, but also their survival in this tournament. Their group is not easy whatsoever, but if they want to take down the greats, they need to prove themselves right here and right now. Group B is not easy, and they're in a pretty tough position.
100% it's not. So now you've got yet again Lethal. A single round disadvantage, but if Reckoning secure this, it'll be match point, series point, best of 3 point. Bad Love operator, he's ready. He's waiting. Let's have a look at his perspective and let's see what he sees. Deadly 10 is there with the smokes, and yes, smokes will be going through, but Bad Love still manages the kill before the smokes go down. He's inside of the bomb site. Now he rendezvous back. Lethal have total control of the B bomb site, but he still have reinforcements now pushing in.
We look for even more problems here from the side. Pixels, good for the first, not gonna be good for the other ones though. And Reckoning, they're still somehow getting this one down. Deadly, how does he not miss these shots? He's absolutely incredible and cracked out on his raw mechanical skill. He needs one more though. Timing is everything. No one's gonna peek him. They know how dangerous he can be here. And now it's all about the timing. Just wait and see how all of this is gonna pan out for you. Just a bit more from the side, and yep, that's another kill over from the other end. And Android gets the perfect timing. 11 and 11, and Lethal, they are not giving up anytime soon. They're taking this fight, man. And Reckoning, I don't know what to say. It's Deadly stepping up over and over again for a squad, but everyone else, they need to start taking the fight seriously as well here.
I have to agree with you on that. So now, one round aggressive. I know I've used this term before. It's been over 3 hours since we started. One round and we see which team gets series point. It all comes down to this. And Deadly gets the opener. You've got Pixels next to the cart as well towards A shot. He's going to save with the judge. Swaps to the Vandal. Bad luck
this
and
is
B, but
timing.
Sensei. Oh wait, position given away. Sensei's going to go in. Oh, Sensei with another. Lethal may just have the advantage. Deadly 10 needs to step up. He's got the showstopper.
Planted. Satchel out. Satchel out.
Showstopper alone is gonna give them so much value.
Oh.
But no, where's the showstopper coming in, buddy? Oh god, Reckoning have dropped the ball quite drastically here. If they lose this, it's a last of judgment from their end. Shots missed from both sides, but she needs to find the timing. Checks the other angle. And that's pretty much done and dusted. Pixel, he needs to pull off a miracle here, but the miracle's just not gonna be on his side. Lethal.
Match
I have
point.
all the control in the entire world. And for them, it's time to close out this game. Buys not looking as favorable for the members of Reckoning. They still have a couple of half shields to work with, but at the end of the day, it's your do or die. Map point, series point, and the glorified best of one that you love, CCB, could just be coming to a close.
Smoke's down.
Let's have a look if it comes to close or not, or will we be going to overtime for the first time? Now the showstopper goes through, but Sensei evades it and gets the kill onto Deadly. Sure, he dies later, but the movement, beautiful. Rolling Thunder, orbital strike now from the side of Lethal Esports. They in the bomb side. Android is on the hunt for Harsh. Harsh is gone. Reckoning down to their final two members, but bad love. Triple.
Cutting through.
You just actually get away with this. You just cannot do something like this and find these fights. Bad love. He's an incredible player, and he's showcasing exactly why his raw mechanical skill is rivaled by none other. And the Android over towards the back end, and Bad Love with the 4K keeps things alive. Overtime has coming into play, ladies and gentlemen, and the first time in the group stages as well.
Overtime.
We're out here to play, and it's gonna keep on going. Every single one of these players that put in up performances that can easily go into a highlight reel. Round after round, they're getting kill after kill. And for Reckoning,
33.
they need to showcase their worth. Deadly, he's been pulling off miracles, man. But Bad Love, he's hot on his.
Ah, overtime it is, and yet again now, what takes place? So, I hope we don't have a tech pause. I mean, from the looks of it, Lucia is not there. Maybe he's AFK. You never really know. Hopefully, he returns as soon as possible. Hopefully, the match can return as soon as possible. No one would like to hold what's going on, and yeah, so very very soon we should be resuming exactly. From this overtime set that will be taking place in front of us. And okay, it's a tech timeout taken by Lethal. Oh, okay. I thought it was Lucia AFK. But regardless of that, now we see all the players moving. And I guess we're just waiting on the final confirmation. As soon as that's done, we can move on forward. As soon as that's done, we can see what will be taking place later. So now it all comes down to this. I mean, we went through the first map. We went through Fracture, 13 to 11, almost overtime. We saw Icebox, 13 to 6. And this is something else. On Bind, these teams, they're giving it their all. I'm pretty sure the players as well, they have to be battling some exhaustion. Because, yeah, it's been so long. It's been 3 hours, 10 minutes, 3 hours, 15 minutes, non-stop Valorant again, and in this kind of condition, in a broadcasted environment with a lot of people watching, it takes a toll on the players mentally and physically, but they still have to ready themselves up for overtime as soon as it begins.
Have to be ready for it, dude. If they want to go over to LAN, you know that on LAN, that's a best of 5 that you're trying to go through. It's going to be even longer. You're going to have a massive crowd watching your every move. And you're going to feel the hype. You're going to feel the pain. And you're also going to hear the boos of the people who's going to be on the crowd. Let the crowd be on your side. Let the crowd be against you. You need to prepare yourself right here and right now. Showcase your worth of which team will head on down over into LAN. Because honestly speaking, both of these teams deserve it. They're showcasing exactly why they're at the top of their game. And Deadly, he's just not the top of his game. He's on top of the world right now. The way that he's playing is phenomenal. And he doesn't care what happens. Even if it goes on to overtime number 6 and 8, he doesn't care. He wants it for his team. And that drive alone should take him to the finish line.
Let's see Deadly achieve just that. Against him is going to be Sensei with that operator. So, Reckoning Esports once more. Attacking side for them. Holding their ground. This time, only pushing on forward. Everyone backs off a 4-man stack towards A. And now, Lucia rotates back to the B-bomb side. And so do everyone in the attack. Just holding on out. It's going to be duelist versus duelist very soon. Sensei's got the angle with the operator. Deadly. If he checks it, he risks dying as the first casualty. But what other choice Reckoning have? 45 seconds now. The attackers got to make a move.
The toughest of spots. And honestly, match is just going to keep on building. Very slow take up,
30
but
seconds
look
left.
at the play coming in. The members of Lethal, they've got the perfect read. The A-side execute is coming in, and they're walking straight into a 4-man rush. Deadly, he's going to take the first initial engagement. He's going to find the frag. The shot's going to get missed outside, but with another refrag coming in from the sidelines. Still the operator very much in contention. Sensei, he needs to find his frag over on from the side. One player inside of the smoke. Hydra coming in for the double, but immediately with the trade-off. That's perfect from there. And Marzel still very much alive.
Spike
Throws
planted.
out the fade eye to maybe catch out one of the players, but still they're still hitting the shots and they're still pretty much alive. Sensei, he needs to find the frag, but he's not able to get anything with the operator. Doesn't find any form of value.
We have this.
And in this 3 versus 2 situation, Reckoning,
Should have this.
the defensive side is pretty much untouchable.
Yeah, I mean, all Lethal. I mean, Lethal have to go into the territory of Reckoning. Marzel gets one. Sensei looking for another. No,
One
Pixel
enemy
eliminates him.
remaining.
Marzel, he's in a 1 versus 3. He's gotten 2 kills. Has to isolate the final gunfight. He is sticking it. Now he moves away. Pixels. Yet again, he secures it. No change in his expression, but he knows
Switching sides.
just how much this
Match
means.
point.
And Reckoning Esports, they are back into it. They are.
Good God, man. I'm pretty sure the coach saying the pause here has got to be the biggest brain move that he could make. He knows that his team is probably going to feel antsy here. This pause alone is the most important fact. He's going to be able to calm his team down, give them a couple of words of encouragement, and make sure that they do not botch this one up. We know what happens whenever Reckoning reaches this point. They start to get overexcited. They make a lot more mistake, start overly aggressive pushes over on every single sideline. And that gives away to a lot more problems than you would want. And honestly, for them, this is where it all would begin.
Start off now. Round number 26.
Here.
Initial kill matters a lot. Lethal Esports. Wait, they're ready for a take. It's going to be a full-on A-bomb side execute. And Pixels is the first one to depart. Deadly as well, very low on HP. Harsh needs to make a move. Harsh One headshot. Deadly is still there. He needs to buy time. The rotations need to happen as soon as possible. Barlov is there towards heaven. You've got the flank from Rio, but it's going to be, again, smart move from the side of Lethal Esports. All of them alongside the spike go to B. Rio still there. And wait, he can catch the chamber.
Oh, the chamber knows. He needs to hit the shot. Bad luck. He finds the timing. He finds the kill as well. That's gonna be perfect.
Oh!
So we're gonna take this one away from Lethal. 3 versus 1 situation. All up to Cyber. Prowler comes in. Checks his position. And yep, that's a triple ping that you would want. That's a kill that you will find. Cyber, absolutely nothing that you can do. One more flashpoint over to the side. But still, the series comes in from the sidelines. Reckoning, they take this one away in an absolute brilliant performance from for 1 to map number 2 and map number 3. This is what you would want to see, and good God, this is how you wake things up. This is how you shake up the meta and shake up the entire tournament. This is a surprise, man. At CCB, I'm in disbelief. This was a grueling 3-hour set, almost 4 hours at this point.
Mm-hmm.
And my God, I can't believe any of this. My little plush toy is gonna go on top of my head. That is how I feel at this stage. He doesn't even want to stay up there.
Well, Lethal definitely don't want to stay in this place as well, because heartbreak, it's going to be heartbreak at its finest. Reckoning Esports, huge congratulations for their side. I mean, towards the very end, they managed to secure Fracture. They lost on Icebox, but boy, oh boy, did they launch an excellent comeback on the map of Bind. It had its own twists and turns. This was definitely a roller coaster. But now that we're at the end, we can still look back and say that Reckoning, amazing performance. Yeah, both the teams, they had their ups, they had their downs. Honestly, at this point, doesn't matter. Let's just have a look at the highlights and let's just talk about what happens from this point forward now that Reckoning have taken the win.
I am just
One enemy remaining.
from the start all the way up till the very end. It was a closely contested fight. Both teams showcasing their prowess on this particular map. They were getting it done over and over. Every time we were signing off the members of Veto or maybe signing off the members of Reckoning, someone came up for clutches. Someone was always prepared to turn things around for their team. And Deadly, man, he had the best start on this map compared to any other. Shots were connecting. He was finding frags all over. He didn't miss a single beat when it came down to him finding it for his team. And he allowed them to get themselves back in towards zone. That was the thing. Reckoning, they had such a slow start that they were relying on Deadly quite heavily, but as soon as they were back in the groove, Pixel started hitting every single one of his shots. Banlove started being an absolute demon on the chamber. And they started reading into Lethal, and Lethal started to just deteriorate over time, slowly but surely. They made more mistakes, and those mistakes just culminated into this loss. Honestly, Lethal, you played your hearts out, but the mistakes that you made were punished heavily by Reckoning.
One enemy remaining.
Absolutely. Yeah, towards the very end, man, the side of Lethal Esports, they gave it their all. Just a couple of mishaps, a couple of misfortunes, and a couple of shortcomings meant Lethal will be taking the loss right here. And Reckoning, they will be getting that win. So, yeah, excellent match we saw. But overall, gotta say, this definitely amps up the heat later down the road, you know, when we'll be seeing more teams of this group play against each other, play against Lethal and Reckoning. It'll make life a whole lot more difficult for everyone in the Challenger Series now, because everyone is still vying for that same top 4 spot so that they can get into the LANs.
It's been a journey, dude. Especially for this best of 3. Honestly, when we started this, we were not expecting this to go over to 3 maps, let alone an overtime that ended in such a fashion.
Yeah.
Reckoning, they pulled all the stops. It was a treat to watch, you have to say. This is the type of Valorant that we would always want to see. Both teams equally contested in every single regard, and they were at their wits' end. Strategies were running short, but at the end of the day, it's all about the timing and being in the proper spot. The angles were done beautifully. And hey, my hair is a
Yeah.
mess, but honestly, I'm happy about that.
Oh, whatever it was. My God, this was some best of three. Definitely contender for the longest best of three we've seen. I mean, for now, it's the longest best of three we've seen by far and away in the Challenger series, and it's going to stay as a contender for the entirety. We have seen back and forth and back and forth, and here we are, Reckoning Esports, brilliant performance from their side. They do manage to take that win. We'll have a look at, I mean, we already had a look at the highlights. We saw all the kills that took place, but overall, excellent performance. We see now the Veto 13-11 Reckoning win. They lost 6-13, but what a comeback, 14-12, and they took it for themselves.
Absolutely perfect. This is a storyline that really did catch us all off guard. 13 and 11, 13 and 6, 14 and 12. Every single one of these roundups were built to perfection.
Yeah.
And honestly speaking, I have no complaints for Lethal. They played their hearts out, but at the end of the day, Reckoning just were able to find the much more better frags and the better timings that shouldn't have really worked out. Marzel, if he got that kill onto Bad Love over on the back end, that could have easily swayed in the favor of Lethal, and we would be seeing an overtime number two. It all came down to the minutest of details and the singular gunfights to close stuff out. And whenever it goes down to something like that, both teams are equally matched on that regard, and either one could have won it. No complaints. Go back to the drawing board and just try to refine yourself. Lethal, this is not a loss that you should be beating yourself up over thinking that you're playing badly. No. This is a loss that just reminds you that you just need to keep on practicing, keep on evolving. And yeah, today may be Reckoning's victory, but tomorrow it could just be yours.
100% lethal or not out of it just yet. This was, yeah, as we can have a look at the scorecard as well. It was the first BO3 they played. Enigma also faced the loss. So both of these teams are still going to be, in the midst of fighting against one another to try and get that top two spot in the group B. But it's going to get a lot more difficult now that VLT already have the win. Reckoning are looking to be close contenders as well. You never really know what's going to happen. But on towards Group A, still we've only seen one single match take place. Orangutan defeated Anadi Army yesterday. It was a quick 2-0. Now, for our next matchup of the day, it is going to be Revenant against the likes of Medal Esports. Again, highly, highly anticipated matchup. It's going to be starting very, very soon. I know the scheduled time was 8 p.m. IST, and of course, unfortunately, we ourselves are about to cross 8 p.m. IST. But don't worry, as long as you're subscribed to this YouTube channel right here, the Esports Club, if you're watching us on Loco as well, make sure you're following us there on our channel. You'll get the notification as soon as it goes live. It won't be any longer than 8:10. We'll make sure get back up and running. This best of three, however, took a lot longer than anticipated. Plenty of things that took place there, but we also have plenty of things taking place on the 12th, 13th, and 14th of August 2022 this year, next month, in the Esports Club Arena that will be taking place at the Manfo Convention Center in Bangalore. Again, free tickets, they are available. You can go in the description, you can check the pin comment, or you can scan the QR code in front of your screens right now, and you can get yourselves free tickets there because we'll have just so much on the horizon. You will be able to watch the finals of the Challenger Series. You'll be able to meet and greet your favorite players, content creators, streamers from South Asia. Cosplay competitions will be taking place every single day. And of course, we will have the community tournaments as well.
See, there's a lot to unpack over on the arena. You don't want to miss
Mm-hmm.
out on any of that action, just as easy said. Links down below in the description, pin comment on towards the side. Everything is there for you to find. And hey,
Yeah.
when you're going to be down there, make sure to check out our sponsors as well. Not only in the arena are the sponsors going to give you a massive discount on a lot of their products and, of course, showcase the latest technologies coming in from AMD and, of course, Crucial. You can check out the
Mm-hmm.
link down below to see their products as well. Maybe the discounts are not as big as the arena would be. You never really know. You got to go on down there and check for your next big upgrade. Because, hey, AMD Ryzen's got you with the best processor, while Crucial has the best memory and storage for your system. And Windows 11 is the best operating system for it all. But for now, it's going to be your boy Aggressive with CCB signing on off because the production crew's got to set up game number 2. It's right around the corner. We got to get a little bit of rest. And Kramer and our boy Baba Gusto are going to be there for the second one. But for now, we're going to be signing on off with the AMD Ryzen and Windows 11 presents the Esports Challenger Series powered by Crucial. And we're going to be seeing you in just 10 to 15 minutes or so. See you in a bit.
From the legends of memory and storage, Crucial brings you the ultimate performance in gaming. Legendary products, precision engineered for speed and stability. Crucial Ballistics.